안전 방역을 위해서 지금 강당 내에 계시는 분들은 좌석에 앉으실 때도 거리 두기를 준수하시면서 앉아주시길 요청드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. 그리고 항상 마스크는 쓰고 계시고 있기를 부탁드리겠습니다.
morning, everyone.
작년에 이어 제2회
Following last year, we are going to begin the second International Meditation Festival shortly. And thank you for coming and welcome all of you. My name is Kumnana. I'm going to moderate today's session. Good to see all of you. Organized or hosted by Dongguk University and sponsored by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and Seoul City, the second Seoul International Meditation Festival is aimed at delivering the message of consolation to those people who suffer from COVID-19 crisis, both physically and mentally. The pandemic plunged many of us into dire straits, and I hope that we can share the spirit of happiness together. This is why we have organized the event, and let me briefly go over what we have prepared this year. First, we have 4 sections of academic lecture, experience session, cultural session, and archive. In total, we have 12 programs already tailored for those 4 sessions. This year, we have installed a 3D online platform to introduce our state-of-the-art meditation homepage. In addition, we developed Korea's first meditation AR app. We are very happy to have a chance to showcase our meditation programs, combining leading technology and science at this festival. And let me have a look at the details of the event. We have an academic conference taking place, inviting well-known speakers from all around the world. And a total 38 international meditation posters are on display. The experience session consists of traditional meditation programs such as Zen meditation, Vipassana, compassion meditation, as well as applied meditation, happiness delivery meditation, and others. In total, more than 30 meditation contents developed by the operating committee of the festival are waiting for all of you. And tomorrow, on Saturday, we will have a real-time meditation coaching and counseling session offered under the title Meditation Answers to Our Life. And there will be real-time chatting session where you can ask questions. In addition, we have built meditation archive based on the academic resources that we have at Dongguk University. You can visit the meditation library inside the 3D homepage to get access to information on meditation available in 4 languages. We also have a lot to see and enjoy. 3D homepage displays 62 art pieces on meditation. We will usher you into the hologram art in the opening ceremony shortly, and we will have a concert as well. Together, I believe that we will make sure to have a good time together. Now, let me invite our president of Dongguk University, who will deliver an opening speech. Would you please welcome the president of Dongguk University with a warm round of applause?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I am Yoon, President of Dongguk University. I give my heartfelt welcome to all virtually connected participants who have come for the second Seoul International Meditation Festival held by Dongguk University and sponsored by Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and Seoul Metropolitan City. As the COVID-19 prolongs, we are facing mental pandemic situation in which individuals' trauma spreads and inflicts the whole society. In this global distress situation, Dongguk University has prepared a venue to give consolation and peace to global citizens through meditation, which can contribute to more wholesome body and mind. Continuing our effort of year 2020, we hold the second such event, focusing on new connections so that people alienated by the pandemic can meet each other and restore peace through meditation. We have prepared diverse programs filled with values, such as meditation conference participated by distinguished global scholars, meditation experience applying augmented reality, meditation coaching through real-time chatting, and meditation virtual library where you can consult up-to-date information and resources on meditation, both traditional and modern meditation. As a prestigious private educational institution established by a religious order, Dongguk University will take the lead in sharing the importance of meditation and revolutionary meditation content with the world and fulfill its role as a global meditation platform, transcending religious, ethnic, national, and cultural boundaries. For 3 days starting today, in this venue of a festival, I hope you enjoy the time of healing, fatigue the body and mind, and gain peace and happiness of your mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President. Following last year and this year, we will assure that we will continue to commit to the development of meditation content and sharing meditation with as many people as possible. Thank you for sharing a good message. And I'd like to introduce the board director of Dongguk University, and he will deliver a congratulations speech, and he will see us in the video. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Dongguk University, home of world-class education of Buddhism, is holding the second Seoul International Meditation Festival with the theme 2021 Meditation New Connections. I give my heartfelt congratulations to this event and extend my appreciation to President Yoon and those who have worked hard to put together this event. I feel this event holds great meaning and values more than ever because of its timing when we live in unprecedented distress due to COVID-19 pandemic. At present, meditation receives immense response all over the world as a groundbreaking method of healing and as a means to reduce pain and stress in our body and mind. Especially as scientific findings prove positive impacts of meditation, it is cultivated not only by individuals, but also on corporate and state levels. Of the benefits of meditation practice, the Buddha said, meditation practice helps you to overcome sorrow and despair, extinguish physical and mental suffering, and attain eternal happiness. In this way, meditation helps to remove distracting thoughts and agonies and to sustain healthier and harmonious body and mind. Today's Seoul International Meditation Festival, held by Dongguk University, is a venue to offer presence of healing and happiness to all global citizens. I give my blessings and prayers so that this event can be successfully operated from beginning to end. I pray 2021 meditation new connections bring peace of mind to more global citizens all over the world. Thank you so much.
2021년 4월
Year 20, April 3rd, year 2021, Board of Director, Dongguk University, 성우.
이사장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. For thousands of years, we have practiced meditation, and he hopes that we can share the valuable meditation practice all the people in the world. That can be a good gift to all of them. Thank you very much. And let me introduce the Minister of the Culture, Sports and Tourism. He will deliver a congratulation message, and let's meet him on video.
서울 국제 명상 페스티벌을 찾아주신
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the Seoul International Meditation Festival. Good morning. I am Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism of Korea, Hwang.
2021 명상
The second
새로운 연결의
Seoul International Meditation Festival under the theme of
여러분
meditation and a new connection has begun. My sincere congratulations to all of you. Last year, we went through dark and tough days due to COVID-19 crisis. There was ever-growing distance between people, and increasing number of people suffer from economic difficulty and emotional restlessness and anxiety. This year, we witness some part of our life is finding a new place, and we see a lot of changes taking place at the same time. While making efforts to overcome the crisis, we learned a new way of loving and taking care of others. Though we were prevented from seeing each other in person, we found ways to console others, although remotely, and then we started to look back on our lives as a whole. The crisis also gave a chance to realize how precious our ordinary life is. We also learned that taking a good care of our body and mind is of the greatest importance. During the crisis, we found ourselves all connected to each other. Having a chance to look back on ourselves, taking care of others in our neighborhood and society was, in a sense, worthwhile. Over the thousands of years of human history, meditation has been practiced for the same reason, I believe. The power to go beyond the crisis and despair comes from mind, not from the body, and it can bring ourselves back on our feet again. Meditation also offers us a chance to relax in our hectic daily life. It also allows us to expand our view to the whole world and universe. I hope that this festival can be a good chance to console you and bring us back to a healthy and sound life. I also hope that it would give us a chance to realize that we are all interconnected, though we are physically apart from each other. Once again, my deepest congratulations on the opening of Seoul International Meditation Festival. Wish all of you safety and happiness. Thank you. Thank you. Though we are disconnected or physically apart from each other, we can get together through this festival of meditation. Thank you for sharing such wonderful message and encouraging remark. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite newly appointed mayor of Seoul City, and he will deliver a message of congratulations. We are living in the COVID-19 crisis, but I believe that meditation will allow us to overcome the crisis, and it will also unite all of us living in the world. We have the second Seoul International Meditation Festival taking place right now. The theme of the festival is healing. And through the festival, I believe that you have a chance to have your body and mind healed at the same time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Following the remark and addresses, now let me have an opening performance for our event. This is a performance of a meditation media. Hope all of you enjoy this. Actually, we are showing you all the 4 sections we were prepared for this festival, for the performance. Now, I'd like to invite the performance that I told you, a meditation media by Bissell. This performance describes the souls who are exhausted by COVID-19 and dispersed in despair, and they will get together thanks to the meditation, and they represent harmony and reconciliation. So this is a kind of performance for consoling all the people in the world. And are you ready to join the journey, which will be delivered by interactive artist? I'm sure that all of you have enjoyed the performance. It was very touching. It not only brings joy to our heart, but also power and energy. And I hope that you find consolation and hopes in that performance. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the Seoul International Meditation Festival. Now I'd like to invite you to the 3-day event, which will start today, during which let's leave COVID-19 behind and then focus on your mind and body, enjoying the
네, 오프닝에서 워밍업으로 명상에 많은 기대를 안고 이제
We had
본격적으로
a
제2회
opening ceremony. Now we are going to open the academic conference session. The Seoul International Meditation Conference will begin. The conference on day 1 will invite one keynote speaker and 3 other speakers. So in total, we are going to have 4 lectures. And for the audience who is abroad, a English simultaneous interpretation service is provided. And we are going to have a Q&A session for each presentation. So when you have any questions, please enter your questions on the Zoom chatting window. And once the presentation is over, we are going to hand over those questions to the speakers so that we can have answers to the questions you may have. And the theme of today's keynote speech is the meditation and its science, which will be delivered by the Dr. Barbara Fredrickson. And let me introduce her to you. As for the meditation, she has been studying the meditation for dozens of years. She has written more than 100 papers, and in 2013, she released a book titled Love, and her book has been translated in many different languages. Back in 2017, she won a very renowned prize in psychology. And this is very late at night in the place that she is living, but she joins us live, and she will deliver the keynote speech live. So her presentation will be on the science of meditation, and the title is The Shift in Emotions. Would you please begin your speech? Thank you.
Hello. And I'm so honored to be part of your event. And I am delighted to be able to share with you the research that my team and I have been carrying out on the benefits of meditation, various styles of meditation. And just one moment while I open my slides and share a screen. Nope. There we go. So as I begin, I would like to pay my thanks and respect to my team who has helped me carry out this research. This is, I work in a lab group that I call the Positive Emotions and Psychophysiology Laboratory, or the PEP Lab. And this, in beautiful non-distanced form is a previous version of my lab. And this is the 2020-2021 version of my lab, where we meet pretty much just on Zoom. And I also want to thank the funding agencies in the United States that have supported this work, much of it from the National Institute of Health. Now, we've been through a lot this past year or more. And, we've certainly grown from having to stay at home to being able to enjoy some things in person, and even socially distanced dance. I thought that was beautiful. And yet the limitations on our life have been a big challenge to people's mental health. A lot of people, especially in my country, and I think all over the world, and a lot of distress, very lonely, some very isolated. And in the context of the difficulties that we've been through, it can seem completely out of place to be discussing the benefits of positive emotions. My entire research career has been focused on positive emotions. And this is a very overly American version of positive emotions. And I want to point out that it's not what we'll be talking about. There is a big concern in the past year with toxic positivity, positivity that is not healthy. And this guy's a good representation of that. The key here is that his happiness is completely inappropriate to the context. He's got no parachute. He's just falling from the sky. Why is he smiling? There's really no reason. So it's very important that our positive emotions be fitting the situations that we're in, and also that they not be a mask for a more troubled inner state. So again, this is one concern people have, is that especially when there's social pressure to feel or express a particular emotion, and maybe that characterizes the United States more than South Korea, but that people will wear a smile like makeup or a uniform, and it's not a genuine state. So one thing we know from the research is that positive emotions are useful, and yet they need to be appropriate to the context and authentic to our inner states. And so in the context of a pandemic, one way to think about positivity is not masking negativity, but holding it side by side, holding positivity and negativity side by side. And in fact, one of my favorite definitions of hope is fearing the worst and yearning for better, fearing the worst outcome and yearning for better. And the value of the yearning for better is that yearning unleashes people's capacity to try to create that better future. So hope motivates. And we also know that with mental health, most people wake up in the morning with at least mild positivity. And that's what allows us to get out of bed in the morning. When positive emotions recede entirely from our daily experience, it's hard to be motivated to do anything. So we need to understand the value of emotions, all emotions, especially positive emotions, better. And that's my key perspective that I bring to the science of meditation. I have studied and written about 10 different positive emotions. These are ones that people experience most frequently. There are other positive emotions, but these are the ones that are fairly common. Joy, hope, pride, interest, gratitude, inspiration, serenity, amusement, love, and awe. I wrote about these in my book, Positivity, and one of my readers created this quilt for her granddaughter and graciously allowed me to use it as my list of positive emotions. And one thing that I really want to emphasize about emotion experience, and this is why they went unstudied by Western science for nearly 100 years. Psychology has been around for more than 100 years, about 120 years. And for the first 100 years, hardly anybody studied emotions. The reason is because they're short-lived. An emotion lasts seconds. So it rises up like a wave and dissipates. And for that reason, many people considered them to be rather trivial because they're short-lived. The other thing to keep in mind about emotions is that they're not just things that go through our minds. They are, by definition, a mind and body experience. This is a representation of a survey given to more than 700 individuals. And those individuals were asked, where in your body do you feel energized or de-energized when you feel a particular emotion? The energized areas of the body are red and yellow. The de-energized areas of the body are blue to white. And so you can see for the emotion of sadness, our limbs become a liability. They become a drag. And, but for anger, say, there's a lot of energized experiences in the hands and the head and the heart and the upper torso. For happiness here, which is one of the few positive emotions they looked at, there's an energized feeling throughout the body, especially in the head and the heart. So emotions, again, are a full body experience, an embodied experience. They're fleeting and they affect our bodies. And it's for that reason that they affect our health and our social connections. So as I mentioned, I've written about the progress in my research lab on positive emotions in 2 books. Positivity describes the effects of positive emotions on individuals. And my book, Love 2.0, has a special focus on the positive emotions that we co-experience with others, that we collaboratively experience together. And this broaden and build framework provides kind of a structure for a lot of the research that I'll share with you. So I want to just give you a quick overview of that so that you can appreciate some of the later science that I'll share. The broaden and build theory suggests that positive emotions have a particular form which serves a particular function. And the particular form is that they open our awareness. So just like this water lily opens and closes with the presence and absence of sunlight, brain imaging studies, eye tracking studies, behavioral studies show us that the human brain opens and closes with the presence and absence of positive emotions. What this means is that those fleeting positive emotional states fundamentally change the way the human brain works, allowing us to see the bigger picture, connect disparate ideas, and deal with big picture problems. And the reason that those moments of open awareness matter is that they function as nutrients that help us to grow and become better versions of ourselves, more resourceful, more resilient, more socially connected. And so just like, you know, in terms of nutrition, we can't just eat one piece of broccoli in a week and expect to be healthy. We need to have a rich daily diet of fruits and vegetables to be healthy. The same is true for our emotions, that we need to have a rich variety of positive emotions, all those positive emotions I listed on that were listed on the quilt, to be our healthiest selves, our most resilient selves. And the reason these resources, having more of these resources, resilience, social connections, and so on, in turn affect the emotions we feel next, creating an upward spiral that helps support our flourishing, uplifted mental health over time. And positive emotions, we've also been able to show, are a key ingredient in resilience in difficult times, and we've replicated this effect during the pandemic, that the resilient people among us during the early months of the pandemic were the ones who were able to self-generate more authentic, contextually appropriate positive emotions, both individually and together with others. Now, I've argued for many years that positive emotions function as a nutrient for growth, as a way for us to become our better selves. And in my book, Love 2.0, I argue that among all the positive emotions, there's one positive emotion that stands above the others and is perhaps even more nutritious for us. And that is the emotion of love, which I define as an emotion, a short-lived state where we co-experience positive emotions with other people. Because when we do this, when we laugh with a friend or a child, our positive emotion and their positive emotions resonate between us in a way that allows them to become a little more intense and a little more prolonged. So positivity resonance, our shared positive emotions, are especially vital for our well-being and especially vital for our resilience. So they might occur, with close friendships or family members, but they also occur at work as people celebrate each other's successes. They also occur when we support one another with compassion, because even though when people are suffering and we're offering social support, the most obvious emotion is the negative emotion, the pain, the loss, or the hurt. There's also a thread of shared positivity that runs through that moment, because when we're suffering and somebody else comes towards us and listens to us, that feels good. That feels like a relief. And when we're able to offer that kind of support to others, we can feel that we've accomplished something good, that we've contributed good. And so even though suffering is the most salient emotion, there's a thread of positivity that runs through that as well. The best example I think of shared positivity is the kind that you have with an infant, because the words don't get in the way. And if you are connecting with a child of this age, you need to do it with your face and the way you're moving, and with great attunement to what the baby is feeling. Because if you come on too strong, the baby will cry, or if you don't react at all, the baby will cry. And so you need to find that way of meeting them right in the middle with a dance of synchronized nonverbal behavior and positivity. And developmental psychologists have shown how vital those kinds of moments are for infant development. We know how vital they are because they are absent when a caregiver is depressed. Depressed caregivers don't mimic the smiles of the children in their charge. They don't get into this, dance of nonverbal synchrony. And the after effects of being raised by a depressed caregiver go into adolescence. They affect social development and cognitive development and academic achievement decades later. So humans need this positive connection in order to survive. So how do we create more of it? And this is where I got interested in studying meditation. Honestly, I began studying meditation in order to test theories about what happens if people increase their daily diets of positive emotions. And I first started in that line of scientific testing with interventions that just failed. And then I became acquainted more with meditation, and Richie Davidson and other people, John Kabat-Zinn, began doing rigorous science on meditation. And that served as an inspiration for me that I could use meditation as an ancient, well-honed strategy for shifting our emotional experiences. And so I began studying loving kindness meditation in particular, because that has a focus on self-generating warm and tender feelings towards the self and others. And we learned that if you take novices and give them a free meditation workshop and encouragement and structural support for learning to meditate with guided meditations in a 6-week in-person group workshop, that's the format that we worked with, that the orange squares here are those who were randomly assigned to have a 6-week meditation workshop versus serve in a control condition that was on a wait list. They learned meditation later after the study was over. And what we saw was that as people progressed in their meditation workshop, their positive emotions increased, whereas those who are in the control condition pretty much stayed the same. Now, I want to point out the numbers here are very small. This is not a wild increase in positive emotions. It's a subtle increase. But what's important is that this subtle increase in positive emotions cascaded and affected people in significant ways. This is, there was another study that we did that wasn't the very first study on meditation from which this figure is drawn. The participants were employees, midlife employees at a computer company in Detroit. So these were people who, had a lot of stress in their life. They were working and healthy. In this study, I paired up with a colleague of mine who studies schizophrenia, in particular, people with schizophrenia who are troubled especially by the negative symptoms of schizophrenia. Now, the positive symptoms of schizophrenia are the add-ons, the things like delusions and hallucinations and erratic physical movement. Those are the positive symptoms, the things that we see. The negative symptoms is the withdrawal from social interaction and the flattening of emotions and the reduction in speech. And these are not very well treated by medication. The positive symptoms of schizophrenia can get better with medication. The negative symptoms are often unabated with medication and traditional treatments for schizophrenia. And so my colleague saw me present some of our earliest work that showed that one of the ways that subtle increase in positive emotions changed people is that it allowed them to better anticipate future positive events, to savor good things in advance. And that is exactly what people who have schizophrenia and the negative symptoms don't do. They enjoy good things when they're right in the middle of them, but it's like they forget what they enjoy. And so they're not motivated to do anything. And so in this study, we recruited a group of individuals with schizophrenia with the negative symptoms and measured the intensity of those negative symptoms before and after they took a 6-week meditation workshop on loving kindness meditation. And there were two things that were remarkable about that study. Almost nobody dropped out, which is very unusual for this kind of clinical sample. And they showed improvement in their negative symptoms, meaning they experienced more positive emotions, were able to anticipate positive emotions better, and they were more social. And so it's a way of improving the well-being of individuals who are, living with a serious psychopathology. Returning to our sample of in our very first studies where we had midlife working adults, we found that subtle increase in positive emotions predicted increments over time in a number of resources, including people's cognitive resources, like their mindfulness. We saw improvements in their social resources, like their feelings of being supported by others. We improved their psychological resources, including their resilience to adversity. And we improved their physical resources in terms of people were reporting fewer headaches, aches, pains, colds, and flus. So these were all based on surveys given before people started were randomized to either learn meditation or not, and then 3 months later. So the people aren't saying I changed. We're measuring, they're reporting on their experiences, and those survey scales indicate that there was a change for the positive. Now, together with another psychologist who studied meditation quite a bit, Eric Garland, and his colleagues, we've created a model to help explain how meditation, and particularly mindfulness meditation, improves people's well-being. So a big piece of this is that, day-to-day stress, mindfulness allows you to decenter or step back from feeling kind of self-absorbed or caught up in that stress, and just being able to observe it more from a more distant stance. That allows people to broaden their awareness to reappraise stressful experiences in ways that you might see the benefit in them. So, having all this time staying at home in the early months of COVID, some relationships got better. People got to spend more time with their children. And some of that brought people closer. And so that being able to step back from difficulty and find the good in it can be a support for positive emotions, allows people to, savor those experiences and see how they contribute to a meaningful life. So, being able to have that big picture thinking that positive emotions enable helps people kind of step out of the stress and see the good in a way that brings meaning and purpose to life, that increases well-being. We've also found in our studies, and this was a very recent report, that meditation improves people's social motives. They're more likely to feel drawn to be with people rather than, and drawn to experience the good things with other people, rather than feeling like they just want to avoid embarrassing themselves. So they have more social approach motives rather than social avoidance motives, in ways that, past research has shown that these social approach motives are associated with mental health and good relationships. So we also find in a number of studies, several studies with hundreds of research participants, that when people learn either loving kindness meditation or mindfulness meditation, it warms up their social connections in the rest of their day. So it doesn't just lead to good feelings while you're meditating, or even just in the next 20 minutes after you finished meditating, that it it runs through all interactions for the rest of the day and allows people to more warmly connect with one another. And we've seen this both inside and outside of work. So sometimes these warmer connections are happening with work colleagues. And the degree to which these social connections become smoother and warmer is related to how many minutes people meditate. And not necessarily just meditated that day. It's also meditated, how many minutes they meditated in the past month predicts the degree of warmth in your social relationships. And we also find in our more detailed statistical analyses is that there's a dose-response relationship between the frequency and duration of your meditation practice and the emotional and social benefits that you experience. And that is evident both as individual differences between people. So those individuals who meditate more frequently and longer have bigger emotional and social benefits, but it's also a dose-response relationship that's seen within individuals over time. So, and this is the aspect that's actually more motivating and hopeful, I think, for individuals, that if we go into a season where we're meditating longer and more frequently, the research shows that your emotions will improve, your positive emotions will improve, and your social relationships become warmer. In our studies, we don't see a big effect on negative emotions, very small effects on negative emotions. Negative emotions are going to be part of our lives because life brings us ups and downs. But what we seem to have more control over is meeting those negative emotions with more positive emotions. And that increased ratio of positive to negative emotions is what helps people get on these upward spirals towards more sustained mental health, flourishing mental health. So just like, taking more exercise makes us healthy, taking more fruits and vegetables makes us healthy, taking more minutes of meditation increases your well-being. Now, more recently, my team and I have been studying who benefits the most from meditation. And we have found that people who score low on resilience are the ones who show the biggest benefits. And they arguably could benefit more than the people who are already high in resilience. And similarly, we find that people who are insecurely attached based on their childhood experiences with their parents, those people who feel a little anxious in all of their relationships, like maybe they're not good enough or that someone might leave them or disparage them, or the other kind of insecure, which is avoidant. You're just avoiding relationships because they maybe historically have felt like not a safe place. That people who have these various forms, especially the anxious attachment, benefit more from mindfulness meditation in particular. So some individuals benefit more than others, and we can capture that with self-report surveys of personality differences in attachment and resilience. We also find that some people benefit more than others, and we can note that difference. It's more of a biological individual difference. So we've looked at cardiovascular individual differences, and in particular, cardiac vagal tone. Your vagus nerve emerges from your brainstem and connects your brain to your heart and other internal organs. And when your vagus nerve one of the jobs of your vagus nerve is to slow your racing heart if you become startled or frightened. But on a more general everyday basis, the vagus nerve also just keeps our human heart rates lower than they might be otherwise. It kind of maintains calm. And so that shows up in a very subtle variability in heart rate. And that variability in heart rate is entrained with respiration, so that when we breathe in, our heart rate speeds up, and when we breathe out, our heart rate slows down. That's a very efficient way to bring freshly oxygenated blood into our system. And so cardiac vagal tone is one biological individual difference we've looked at. And we've looked also at genetic polymorphisms in particular genes that are associated with oxytocin. And we predicted that people who would potentially have more oxytocin circulating in their bodies would benefit in particular from loving kindness meditation. And so we measured that through blood assays and looked at the oxytocin receptor gene, one particular SNP of that. And so I just want to show you the data that, not everybody benefits the same way from meditation. There are individual differences that predict who's likely to benefit the most. Now, both of these studies, in this first study, we randomized people to learn loving kindness meditation or not. So this was a study that only had 2 groups randomized. And so people who started the study with higher levels of this cardiac vagal tone, more heart rate variability. Higher vagal tone is like muscle tone, having more of it is good. If people had higher levels of heart rate variability and had been randomly assigned to learn meditation versus not, they experienced a bigger increase in positive emotions. Whereas those individuals with the lowest vagal tone hardly showed any benefit to their positive emotions at all from loving kindness meditation. Now, we saw something similar with this particular polymorphism of the oxytocin receptor gene. And here was a study where we had taught people either by random assignment, either loving kindness, they got loving kindness training, that's why that's LKT, or mindfulness training. And then we looked at whether they had particular, particular polymorphisms in this oxytocin receptor gene. And in particular, this GG allele pattern was one that showed the biggest changes with respect to learning loving. Those individuals with that particular genetic polymorphism, when they were randomized to study or to learn loving kindness meditation, they showed increases in positive emotions over the 6 weeks of the study. Those same people with that same genetic profile, but who got mindfulness training, showed no increase in their positive emotions. So there seemed to be a match between people's biological individual differences and which practice was more emotionally rewarding for them. So people will vary, and that may depend on what they show up with biologically as individual differences, or what they show up with in terms of emotional traits like attachment and resilience. Now, I want to turn to the ways in which meditation changes us. Is not just something we can pick up on surveys. We can also pick it up in biomarkers of health. This is the kind of research that really helps build the case that we're doing things to improve our well-being and our health when we meditate. And that can be picked up in objective measures. So going back to the study where we measured cardiac vagal tone, we found that this is a frequency of that describes change in this heart rate variability over the course of a study. It's a 6-week meditation workshop. So this is before and after the meditation workshop. If we subtract the baseline from the post study rating of heart rate variability, we see that those in the loving kindness meditation group showed a shift towards improved vagal tone relative to the control group. And the reason this is important is that people often presumed that cardiac vagal tone is kind of like your height once you're an adult. It doesn't change very much. This shows that it does change. And it changed in step with the degree to which people experienced increased positive emotions and increased warmth in their social connections. And it did not relate to changes in respiration or just a biological change. It changed in step with the psychological shifts. And another reason this is important is heart rate variability is associated with the body's ability to regulate the heart, regulate the immune system, regulate glucose. If we have a heart attack, our cardiologist wants to know what our cardiac vagal tone is because it predicts our recovery. So this is a marker that relates not just to our ability to get the most out of meditation, but also our body's ability to stay healthy. Another biomarker that my team and I have looked at is telomeres, which are the end caps on our chromosomes and a marker of cellular aging. And again, this is viewed as a marker of cellular aging because these end caps on our chromosomes tend to wear away the older we get. But it's not inevitable. You can slow down the erosion of these end caps on our chromosomes in a way that seems to be related to slowing down cellular aging. Now, this was a study where we had 3 different groups, all randomized. People were randomized, again, novice meditators, randomized to learn mindfulness meditation or loving kindness meditation, or to serve in a waitlist control group. Now, over the course of about 2 to 3 months, we saw some reductions in telomeres that would be reflective of what you would just see over time. And we didn't see any difference between mindfulness and the control group, but we did see a lessening of the erosion of the end caps of these telomeres for those who were randomized to the loving kindness condition. So there seemed to be a benefit at the level of cellular aging that was associated with loving kindness meditation. Now, in this particular study, we did not have, we didn't see that emotions in particular accounted for the biological shift. So there's a bit of a mystery as to what exactly was accounting for this biological shift, but the shift itself was reliable. We've also looked at gene expression in the immune system in our white blood cells. And in particular, there is an established profile of leukocyte gene expression that has been very clearly linked to adversity. Things like growing up in poverty, losing a spouse, enduring chronic adversity. And that leads to a shift in immune functioning towards an increased expression of pro-inflammatory genes, together with a reduced expression of antiviral synthesis genes. And so it's like with extreme adversity, our immune system gets a double hit. We get less good at fending off viruses like coronavirus or the common cold. And we get more likely to have problems with chronic inflammation. And inflammation is good for during acute stress and for dealing with wounds, but as a chronic state is not very healthy. So we looked at whether learning a meditation technique could maybe reverse this gene expression profile that is associated with ill health and adversity. And we had predicted that loving kindness meditation might especially be useful in reversing this pattern of gene expression, because past research had found that people who had childhood adversity showed this unhealthy pattern of gene expression in midlife most of the time, but there was a subset of people who endured childhood adversity who didn't show this effect. And those were people who had really warm and attuned parents. And so we thought, well, maybe if people learn to be warm and attuned to themselves through loving kindness meditation, that might serve as a way to induce health. We actually didn't find that. We found the opposite. We randomly assigned people to learn mindfulness or loving kindness, and we found that the mindfulness group improved this pattern of gene expression. Remember that the pattern of gene expression is associated with adversity and ill health. So higher bars here mean worse health, lower bars means improvements. And so you might notice that the loving kindness meditation, the people who were randomly assigned to learn loving kindness didn't do so well in this study. We have a speculation that this was a group who really endured childhood hardship, and it may be especially difficult to focus on warm connections and meditation if you haven't experienced that much in life. And so there could be kind of a backfiring effect of loving kindness meditation, potentially, in people who have endured a lot of adversity in childhood. There are other health benefits that we've uncovered related to meditation that don't have to do with biomarkers, but have to do with health behaviors. And in particular, we found that looking at studies where people were randomly assigned to learn either mindfulness meditation or loving kindness meditation, we find that mindfulness meditation in particular is linked to having longer bouts of exercise when people are being physically active in daily life. So we did this was as people were going through this 6-week meditation workshop, they completed a nightly report, a nightly survey. And in that nightly survey, we asked, have you been physically active today? Have you engaged in moderate or vigorous physical activity? And if they said yes, we asked how long. And we find that people who had been randomly assigned to practice mindfulness meditation were active for longer. They also tended to experience more enjoyment while they're physically active. So this is perhaps why they can sustain physical activity, because the mindful awareness that they've begun to cultivate allows them to enjoy the physical activity more. We found no parallel effects for loving kindness meditation, for the benefits for the health behavior of exercise. Now, I want to also mention that in our studies, we have In these 6-week meditation workshops, we, the instructors for them are very experienced meditation instructors who've been teaching for decades. And they convinced me that we shouldn't just teach people formal meditation, sitting meditation. We should also instruct people in informal meditation. So the kinds of really miniature practices that you do within the flow of daily life, rather than taking time away from other activities to sit on the cushion and practice meditation in a formal way. So informal meditation would be while you're waiting in line or waiting for the microwave to warm your lunch, you just take a few mindful breaths. Or as you're walking in from the train to work or something, you see somebody else in the distance and you wish for them to have a good day. You extend loving kindness to another, just briefly, informally. So we asked people in their end of day surveys, not only did you practice meditation today in a formal way, we asked, did you engage in any informal meditation? And if they said yes, we asked them how frequently. And what we found was there was also a dose-response relationship here. The more people engaged in informal meditation on a daily basis, the more their positive emotions increased and the more their social connections with others in their daily life warmed up. And this is above and beyond the benefits of formal meditation. So it's an independent added effect of the informal meditation. And this study was important because there's very little scientific evidence about the value of informal meditation. Practitioners say that it matters, but this is the first scientific study with randomization to be able to show that it matters. And another thing that matters, and this is the last study I'll share with you because I know it's, I may have gone over time here, is that prioritizing the positive experiences of meditation, whether it's mindfulness or loving kindness, there's threads of positivity that run through those practices. The more we lean into those, the better, the more impact that meditation can have on us. So I represent this as, of all the activities you could put in your day, do you privilege or prioritize the ones that include an uplift of positive emotions? And the reason I got interested in this is that in the very first study that I showed to you, where those who were randomized to meditate showed an increase in positive emotions, we went back to these individuals 15 months later and asked them whether they were still meditating. And what we learned was that this particular increase didn't describe anybody in the sample, really. It was an average of two groups. It was an average of the people who stuck with it and those who didn't. And it turns out that the people who 15 months later were still meditating, if we looked back at their emotions over the course of the study, they showed a significant increase in positive emotions right from the very first week. And those who didn't stick with meditation didn't look much different than the control group until the very last week. So it seemed like this early increase in positive emotions predicted sticking with it. And so we did a study where we tried to get people, we randomly assigned people to think more about structuring their time to increase positive emotions or to lean in. And we did this by randomly assigning them to read one science article or another. And the key thing is that all the evidence we talked about in this lecture and in other research is what was the content of the article, that when making decisions about how to spend your time, we should think about experiencing positive emotions, not forcing yourself to feel positive emotions, but considering it as important to our day as eating fruits and vegetables and staying active. And we find there was a whole theory that we developed called the upward spiral theory of lifestyle change. I'm not going to go into this detail now, but we find that people who meditate experience positive emotions, but even more so if they prioritize positivity. And in particular, if we randomly assign people to either think about increasing the positive emotions or not, those who did meditated more over the next 3 weeks. They increased their frequency of meditation, and which was an additional 10 minutes per week. So what's key here is that just leaning into the positivity a bit more helps us to sustain our practice. So prioritizing positivity matters in that way. I just wanted to point out, if you're interested in learning more about the research by my team, there's a free online course that is on Coursera that goes through this material in much more detail. And I just wanted to say that the time and energy you put into your meditation practice pays off in terms of shifts in emotions, shifts in social connections, and in biomarkers of health. So I appreciate your attention, and I apologize for going a bit over.
네, 박사님 명강의 감사드립니다. Thank you, Dr. Fredrickson, for your excellent presentation. As a visual learner, I really like your presentation, full of all the pictures and images. I think it's really an intuitive and effective way to deliver scientific messages to the general public. Okay, now I will go back to Korean, okay?
Okay.
예, 이제 Q&A 세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 일단 수많은 질문들을 뒤로
We received a lot of questions, so we have picked some of the questions. Actually, this is my question to you. These days, whenever you do studies, one of the keywords is the personalized medicine. So tailored or personalized medicine is a keyword or buzzword. So in meditation or psychology, we can have a personalized medicine too. And you can predict those people who can benefit from the meditation more, as you said in your presentation. Resiliency and gene biomarkers are something that we can use to predict the prognosis. But as for the general public, is there anything that can tell us whether I am predisposed to benefit from the meditation or not? Is there any simple way for us to say so or distinguish?
지금 통역되는 과정에서 시간이 좀 걸리는 것 같습니다. 통역되고 있는 거 맞죠, 그렇죠? Is my question being translated right now?
No, I don't see anything.
Ask you a question directly. So it
Okay.
So it seems that the personalized medicine is the key word in many academic fields. And I found it interesting that it also applies to the meditation field, right? You introduced that based on some skills of the resilience or genotypes, we can predict those who can benefit more from the meditation practice. But for that type of the measurement, we need some special equipment or instruments, but they might not be available to the general person, right? So can you recommend a way for the general public to see whether they can benefit from the meditation or not more than others?
Yeah, that's a great question. And fortunately, by nature's design, we have this beautifully built-in biofeedback called emotions. And it's as we practice, those who benefited the most over time were ones who the practice of either mindfulness or loving kindness led to increases in contentment, in interest, in awe. Not necessarily, jump for joy feelings, but just subtle shifts in our emotional state. So when we become attuned to those subtle emotional states and those start to shift, we can use that as our measure of whether this is beneficial to us.
So we can rely on to our five senses or even six senses, right? Okay. Okay, the next question is, 자, 이제 두 번째 질문으로서는요. 어떤 게 있었냐면
Let's move on to the second question. During your presentation, you talked about the love. You said that love is very nutritious, much more nutritious than the others. And as for the love, out of all the emotions, we have love, but it can encompass many different feelings. But as for the love, it's reciprocal. I mean, we should have somebody else who will love each other. Even though that I love somebody, somebody else may not love me. And what shall we do
Okay, so
in that
during your
situation?
presentation, you mentioned that love is more nutritious than any other foods, right?
Yes, the translation button worked this time.
Okay, great.
I didn't know about it the first time, but I did. I wasn't suddenly understanding Korean. But I think that's a really good point about how love as an interpersonal experience does require that there's mutuality, that there's kind of synchrony and caring involved. And in fact, what I've argued in my book, Love 2.0, and in most of my research in the last 5 years has focused on this concept of positivity resonance, that this is not a state that's limited to the people in our inner circle, our romantic partners, spouses, or family members. Positivity resonance can be experienced at work, with strangers, acquaintances, and those interactions with what sociologists have called weak ties, these more distant people in our social lives, contribute quite a bit to well-being. They help us know that we're safe in our communities. And that, I think, has a biological, my hypothesis is that feeling safe in your communities is something that builds from our past history of these warm, connected moments. They're very subtle. People ordinarily wouldn't call them love, but they have the same structure. They have the same co-experienced positive emotions, even at a subtle level. Those end up being tremendously important for people's mental health, as well as the degree to which they are kind and caring and look out for others. We just published a paper to show that people who have more of these shared experiences with strangers and acquaintances and close loved ones are more likely to feel that during this pandemic, we're all in it together, and we need to protect each other, and we need to wear masks and socially distance from one another. In the United States, we've had a hard time following public health recommendations. We are not a country where people like to be told what to do. And so it's very important in a culture like ours to understand what are people's personal motivations for taking care to protect other people's health, because we have to rely on those motivations a lot.
기쁨은 나누면 두 배로 두고 슬픔은 나누면 반으로 줄어든다는.
We have a Korean saying that the sorrow can be halved if we share, and after happiness, it can double if we share. We have another question. We can focus on the positive emotions, but we encounter negative emotions. It's inevitable. So we can prioritize the positive emotions, but we cannot ignore negative emotions. If you continue to suppress, it may explode in the end. So how can we release the negative emotions in a positive way?
Right, great question. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to start the talk like I did, was to recognize that negative emotions are real. They're sometimes very appropriate to the situations that we're in. Negative emotions become unhealthy when they become decontextualized, or they become kind of disconnected from our current circumstances, lasting longer than our circumstances would typically warrant. We perseverate on them. And I like the saying that you mentioned about having the negativity by connecting with others. I think the thing to do is to not suppress negative emotions. In fact, the best science suggests that accepting our negative emotions is what helps us move through them quicker. And the greater acceptance of negative emotions is why older individuals tend to be happier than younger individuals, at least in the US samples. But I think it's part of the wisdom of aging that we kind of accelerate that wisdom with meditation practice. We learn to accept our emotional states, that equanimity and openness. That is something that isn't saying push that away. You're not trying to push away the negative. You're just like, that's anxiety. That's anger. You're able to note it. And as we note it, it becomes minimized. There's really good neuroscience that suggests that when we're able to label our emotions, put a word on them, negative emotions become diminished. If we get analytical about our positive emotions, they also get diminished. The thing to do with positive emotions is kind of immerse yourself in them and savor them, and that allows them to stay at a higher level. So it's a matter of not of shooing the negative emotions away, but rather learning to self-generate positive emotions so that in our whole day, we have sources of positivity to lift us up and help us get over those sources of difficulty. So it's not about making negative emotions go away. It's just meeting them with more resources.
Thank you so much. It reminds me of our Buddhist phrases. It says that we have positive and negative emotions. Rather than trying to pull them aside, we have to acknowledge and accept them in the first place. So it resonates in me. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next question. There's a saying that even though I'm not happy, I can make myself happy if I smile and force my muscles to smile on my face. Then I can trick my brain. And one of the questioners say that whenever I wake up, I keep saying to myself that I'm happy and everything will be okay. And when I listen to your presentation, forcing the positivity is different from experiencing positive emotion. But as for me, I am thinking that I am forcing myself to feel positivity. How can I get better rather than forcing it and experiencing myself? Can you shift? Can I shift?
That's a really good question. There is a phrase in English, fake it till you make it. And it's usually referred to with smiling, like smile until you make it. And the thing that I think is important about that phrase is until you make it, that we can jumpstart a genuine positive emotion by starting by smiling, or relaxing our bodies, carrying ourselves in a way that is more like a happy person does. That sometimes moving in a happier way or showing it on our faces can be the doorway into a genuine experience. In the same way, thoughts can do that. Thinking positive thoughts can do that. But we should not mistake those doorways for the positive emotion, because think of them as like kindling. You know, sometimes you rub two sticks together, nothing will happen. Another time there'll be a spark and a fire. So the posture, the face, the thoughts can sometimes trigger positive emotions. So the key is to use your mindful awareness to notice what happens next. When you think a certain thing like, what in my day is a gift that I can treasure? And if you do that in a way that touches your heart and kind of doesn't just stay up here in your brain, but affects your whole body and your relaxed way of being in the world, then we know a genuine emotion has started. So it's okay to use these shortcuts. It's just that you don't want to stay in the trigger. You want to see if it became genuine. Now, there's a great need for equanimity here, because just because we intend to feel good doesn't mean that we will. We have to look at it as an open question. I'm trying to feel better. Am I really feeling better? Do I feel it in my full body? Your body's less tricky. Your mind is tricky and can, sometimes convince you must be happy. But if it doesn't kind of show up in other ways, then it may not be as deep-seated as you were hoping for it to be.
끝까지 계속 지속적으로 하는.
Thank you. We have to fake until we make it. I got it. Thank you. Another question. You said that during your presentation, there are two types of meditations that you touched upon. One is mindful, the other is a loving kindness, and they are quite often mentioned during presentation. It opened my mind. Can you tell me the similarities and differences between the two? And mindful meditation seems to be quite effective. Can you explain what makes it effective?
Yeah, I would say in many traditional Buddhist teachings, you would learn both loving kindness and mindfulness as part of an integrated, holistic practice. We scientists in the West are really keen on splitting things apart. So people who are teaching from a traditional Buddhist approach may be using both of these, but in the first meditation practices that were seriously taken up in a non-religious way in the US were all focused on training attention. And my personal take on this is that matched the science of psychology at the time, which had just begun a cognitive revolution where we could go past behaviorism, where only action mattered, to thinking about how thoughts and attention matter. But it was still a decade away before scientists would touch emotions, would ever do rigorous work on emotions. And so I think as American psychological scientists began studying meditation, they picked a meditation practice that fit with the zeitgeist of the science at the time, which was to look at cognitive psychology, thinking patterns and attention. And so mindfulness practice shamatha, holding attention steady, became a big focus. And it was only about 10 or 15 years later that compassion meditation and loving kindness meditation, because they were focused on cultivating subtle positive emotional states, became also a focus of the science. And then when somebody like me wants to compare one, an emotion-based practice to a practice that sounds less emotional, I wanted to try to keep those practices apart. Now, they aren't, in our studies, they're not even 100% different from one another, because as the meditation instructors will tell me, that in mindfulness practice, as you recognize that your attention has strayed from the breath or whatever the focal object was, it's a gesture of loving kindness to be able to come back to your focus without berating yourself, without being critical of oneself, but just being kind to yourself as you realize you didn't meet your attention. So there's a piece of openness and caring for the self that comes in there. And then being able to steady your attention of mindfulness, a mindfulness skill, is really critical within loving kindness as you try to keep your attention on the phrases. So I think it's possible that in American and Western psychology, we've kind of pulled these practices apart, when in reality, in our real lives, it's better if they're braided together, because we need attention skills and we need heart practices, compassion and warmth. And so I do think that the best kinds of practices would integrate them. There are beginning to be some studies that really look at the pieces of meditation and what happens if we leave one thing out. Like if we leave acceptance out of mindfulness practice, do we get as much benefit? Turns out we don't. Acceptance is really key. And as I mentioned earlier, acceptance of negative emotions is what helps us move through them faster. Not sweep them away, but just not perseverate in them. So I'm hoping that in the future we'll have studies that look at what's the benefit of learning loving kindness and mindfulness together in a balanced way.
일단은 두 가지 다른 게 있더라도 통합적으로 하는 것이 더 좋고 미래에 그런
I understand that integrated approach will be the best, and I hope that there will be future studies on that too. We have much more questions, but sorry that we do not have time. So let me ask you the final question. You can tell me yes or no. As for you, the professor, you have conducted studies on meditation for years. Do you practice meditation every day?
Not every day, no. I fall off the cushion a lot, and I try to begin again a lot. But thank you for the question.
네, 오늘 이렇게 늦은 시간임에도 불구하고 끝까지
Thank you for joining us. I know that it's very late at night, but thank you for delivering your speech live. Thank you very much. Now we are going to have lunch, and I believe that you can go to sleep. Thank you so much. See you next time.
for your wonderful presentation and Q&A session.
Bye.
개를 못 뺏어와요.
네, 여러분들 점심 식사는 맛있게
I hope that
하셨나요?
all of you enjoy your lunch. And I believe that you may feel somewhat tired in the afternoon, but thank you for joining us again in the afternoon session. During the morning session, we had a keynote speech, which was delivered by Professor Barbara Fredrickson. We tended to believe that meditation is beneficial in achieving psychological stability and relief, but she shed a light on the fact that it improves not only mental but also physical well-being of us. Thank you for broadening our perspective on the benefit of the meditation. And I'd like to deliver our special thanks again to the keynote speaker. And let's begin the second session, which is afternoon session of today. And let me invite the first speaker, who is Dr. Jung-mi from the Human Anti-Aging Standard Research Institute. She graduated from KAIST, and she was awarded a reward for her research conducted on the health and well-being of humans. As for the meditation, we believe that we have a benefit, but we can feel subjectively. But she is going to talk about the objective biomarker based on which we can measure the benefit of the meditation. Would you please welcome her to the stage? Good to see you, everyone. Shall I begin now? Yes. Can I have my PowerPoint on the screen? Today, I'm going to talk about non-invasive biomarkers of meditation based on central and autonomic nervous system. And let me talk about the central nervous system-based biomarker, followed by the researches or studies conducted on such biomarkers. And then I'm going to talk about how can we utilize biomarkers in the meditation. First and foremost, let me talk about the central nervous system, the features of the central nervous system. As you know, the central nervous system consists of two at a very high level. First is the default mode network. When we are in rest, this nervous network system is activated. So this is called a resting state network, in short, RSN. This is quite very important network. As for the default mode network, we have a corresponding network which is working in the other end of the default mode network, which is task positive network, which means that whenever you focus on a certain task, your task positive network is activated. So this is in the opposite end of the default mode network. Then as for the central nervous system, we have DMN and TPM working together, counterbalancing each other. And what matters is when this network is deformed or the connectivity is destabilized, then it can lead to the mental diseases of different types. That's why DMN and TPM network need to be protected, and they should be kept in healthy conditions. And in that regard, we believe that the meditation can help us to keep these new network systems healthy. And if it's damaged, we can have it recovered from the damage by doing meditation. Then, how the meditation affects those two systems. Let me have a look at them step by step. First and foremost, we have many different activities taking place in the brain. And how can we measure the activities? First, we can measure the electric potential of the brain using the voltmeter. Using something like a voltmeter. Sorry. And let me have a look at the impulses of the brain. And as whenever we have the signals come in a very, very minor voltage. However, compared to the other tools, we can utilize EEG in order to track the changes in the voltages in the brain. Then let's have a look at the brain. What the state of the brain is like whenever we are in rest. When we have our mind wandering, how come or what kind of changes we can see in the brain? This is what we found. As you see here on the screen, this kind of rhythm become dominant when we are in rest state. So when we do not work, we have a default mode network activated. Whenever we focus on a task, this default mode network is deactivated. In other words, when we have our brain in rest, the default mode network is activated. So when you have a child who is playing without working on a certain task, you can tell that the default mode network is in a full swing. When we have a very good connectivity, we can say that the default mode network is at play. And then whenever it is in a good condition and state, we can say that we are in a healthy mental state. So let me have a look at the default mode network and the rhythms in the brain. And such default mode network can be found across the brain, as you see here. When we have a look at the default mode network rhythm, you do not need to focus on one spot. You do not need to apply electrode across all the brain. Just apply it in the areas that you find easy to access. And once you have an electrode in those areas, you can figure out the features of the default mode network. Then let me have a look at the default mode network in which hertz you have the default mode network activated. As you see here, we have these default mode network found on the brain, and it's found to be existing in the brain or found in the brain cohesively. And as you see here, as we grow older, the frequency declines with age. And it shows you the brain wavelength for males and females. So for the young people, it's run in 10 hertz, and as you grow older, it comes down to 9 hertz. But it does not decline dramatically, even though you get old, very old. But if you suffer from Alzheimer, dementia, or stroke, when you suffer from some brain damage, the default mode network gets disrupted or damaged, which means that the frequency can decline quite significantly in such cases. So let me have a look at the oscillation. So the frequency can be called or expressed in terms of oscillation. As you see here, those people who have a cognitive damage or decline, you have the frequency decline dramatically. And in those people, you can find the MMSE scores decline along with their cognitive capability, which means that they are not able to respond to the stimuli quite quickly as they normally do, which means that they are susceptible to getting mental diseases. So let's have a look at the brain of those people who suffer from Alzheimer. These are the default mode network, and amyloid beta and load increases in those areas where we see the default mode network in place. So once you are affected by Alzheimer, default mode network will be slowed down or damaged in the end. Compared to the healthy control group, the Alzheimer people have much more accumulated amyloid load, which means that it damages the integrity of the network, disrupting coherence. And if the toxic protein accumulates even more, the symptoms will grow worse. This is a symptomatic Alzheimer, and the other is a prodromal Alzheimer, which means that this person is not diagnosed with the dementia yet. But still, the default mode network is affected already, even though the person does not show the symptoms of the Alzheimer yet. So whenever we utilize this scanning system, we will be able to tell whether this person will develop Alzheimer or not. And this will allow us to take measures in advance. And as you see here, default mode network can be some prognostic factors or pre-diagnostic factor. Let me tell you the default mode network which is damaged in those people who work with a bromide fumigation agent. As for the blue one, this is before they were engaged in the work, and the orange color represents the change after they are engaged in the work, in their job. So as you can see here, you can say that the graphs are separated from each other. And compared to the control group, which is the inspectors, the workers who work with the methyl bromide fumigation agent, their default network is affected quite significantly. And as for the materials who affect the brain, it can damage the brain cells in the end, which means it can lead to diseases in the end, which means that it can dispose people to get Alzheimer and other diseases. So agricultural chemicals and the anesthetic agents can affect the brain too. So let me have a look at the sedation agent or anesthesia, how they affect our brain. As you see here, once you are on sedation or anesthesia, you may say that you are at rest because you are not working on a certain task, which means that the default mode network is activated. So as you can see, the red line, which is 10 Hertz. So once you are in the general anesthesia, the default mode network is activated and same rhythm pattern can be found when you are on anesthesia or sedation. And during the surgery, the older that you get, the more slowed down the default mode network. That is so much so that during the surgery, default mode network may get deformed, as you see in the graph to the right. So after the surgery, you may have a delusion or other mental problems, and it can lead to Alzheimer in the end. So in conclusion, we can say that maintaining the default mode network in the healthy condition is of the greatest importance to us. And we have many different types of meditation during which the default mode network is affected. And there are many studies conducted to see the changes taking place during the meditation. So first and foremost, let me have a look at those different types of meditation. First one is samatha and vipassana, mindful Zen meditation, uga, or yoga, or loving kindness meditation, and TM, which stands for transcendental meditation. And these are the main type of meditations for which we conduct researches. And those researches can be broken down into 3. Focused attention meditation, which means that the meditation leads people to focus on a certain theme or object. Whereas the open mind meditation allows you to open your mind. So OMM stands for open mind meditation, or you may call it OPM. And then another meditation is based on emotion, which is loving kindness meditation, which is called LKM in acronym. So when we compare those meditations, the default mode network is activated when you do practice this kind of meditation. That's what is found in this research. And for those meditators, we distinguish those who have practiced meditation on a short-term basis and others who have done it on a long-term basis, because their patterns are different from each other. So whenever you have this kind of study, you break down the meditations into long-term and short-term ones. But the ones that I'm showing right now are the short-term meditators. And even though you do meditate, starting not long ago, you can have your default mode network strengthened and made healthy. And this is a study conducted in those people who practice transcendental meditation. As you see here, their coherence has improved over time, even on a short-term basis. And what about the fMRI? Whenever you measure those meditators with an MRI, it may distort the findings or outcome, because the MRI produces a huge noise when they measure the brain. And this is what is found in the study. And let me talk about a different type of meditation, which is Dummo. Dummo means the heating increasing from inside. As you see here, the higher the body temperature gets, the more activated the default mode network. So in those people who practice Dhamma meditation, the default mode network was activated. What about the Zen meditation or jhana meditation? Whenever they are in the Zen meditation state, you see the default mode network activated. But these are the long-term meditators, which means that their rhythm gets slowed down over time, and it's synchronized in their breathing rhythm. And their rhythm gets very calm, but we see the spike from time to time. So in the Zen meditation, you are sliding into the state of dreaming. So everything gets slowed down. But in contrast, in the Tibet, loving meditation practitioners, their frequency increases up to 40 hertz. So gamma rhythms gets very activated in those people who practice this Tibet meditation. So let me have a look at the graph. The longer they meditate, the more gamma rhythms are found or activated in the graph. As for the gamma rhythms, it integrates the brain, releasing the toxicity out of the brain. So in the general public, whenever you focus on a certain difficult task and realize the answer to the very difficult question, then you can generate the gamma rhythm on the spot. So in summary, I can say that as for the DMN rhythm, it can get slowed down or gets accelerated when you practice meditation. You go either of the side. And as for the Eric Hoffman, he broke these down into two. When the DMN is slowed down, you slide down in the subconsciousness or unconsciousness. But when it gets accelerated, you are awakened. That's how we distinguish the two. What is ideal is having the faster rhythm than the slower one, which means that we can process the information very quickly and also integrate our brain in a positive way and see the reality in a realistic way. Then let me have a look at the TPN. Whenever you give a stimuli, you will respond. So let's check the responses that people show to the stimuli. This one is about the light or the noise. Whenever the people is stimulated with the noise, the P3, it gets noticeable. And as for those people who practice the 3-week meditation, the P3 gets higher, much higher than the control group. And response suppression or response inhibition capability is tested in this study. And as you see here, as for those people who practice mindfulness meditation, they were able to control the negative emotions or responses much better than the control group. So when we have a look at the task-related responses, one of the researchers conducted a research on the tukdam. So right after the meditator passes away, they provided a stimuli. As for the healthy people, they responded. However, as for those people who have conducted a long-term meditation, they didn't respond to the stimuli. Even when they are in the very deep Tuktam meditation, and it affects the autonomic nervous system in a very positive way. As for the autonomic nervous system, we can check the heartbeat rate to see the impact on the autonomic nervous system. If the heartbeat rate slows down, it has a positive impact on the brain. So let me have a look at what is seen. As for the heart rate variability, the older you get, the less the variability gets. So this is in line with what I said. As you see here, the older you get, the variability gets reduced. And the autonomic nervous system change or variability gets reduced as well. So when you practice meditation, your heartbeat variability is drawn this way, and your biological rhythm is in line with your meditation state. So it shows that all the physical rhythms get synchronized. So when you feel appreciated or grateful, you will have the heartbeat and your brainwave in sync each other. And this shows the result of a study conducted in those people who practice 10-day meditation. As you see here, the heart rate variability increased dramatically compared to the control group. Now, what about the Theravada meditation and the Vajrayana tradition meditation group? When we compare the biological outcome, Theravada has parasympathetic functions aroused, and the other traditional meditation group has the other part of the nervous system activated more. And this shows you a summarized cardiovascular benefits of doing meditation. Not only the central nervous system, but also the autonomic nervous system are positively affected by the meditation. So this shows you the benefit on those two systems when you do the deep breathing. As you see here, parasympathetic and sympathetic systems are activated when you do practice meditation. And when you do deep breathing in the mindful meditation, the cardiovascular and the cerebral signals are in sync to each other. So we are lucky to be able to see the benefit of the meditation and check it using all the science and state-of-the-art technologies. So these are the tools available to us. When we have accumulate these kind of data, we can come up with personalized meditation programs to each people. In addition to that, we can have all the emotional data accumulated as well. Living in the COVID-19 crisis, people suffer from depression and slow down DMN rhythms, and their rhythms get distorted living through the crisis. And I believe that meditation will help us correct those distorted rhythms and bring them back to normal. So utilizing the new technologies, I believe that we can heighten the benefit of the meditation, and I believe that the new era of the meditation will open. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm in the meditation conference, but listening to your presentation, I was thinking that I am in the neuroscience conference. Thank you for your in-depth conference. And now I'd like to invite our second speaker, who is Dr. Boung-chul, and he's from the Korea Academy of Meditation in Medicine. And he will talk about the topic of how does meditation change our brain. Would you please welcome the second speaker? Okay, thank you. As said, I'm going to talk about how our brain is affected by meditation. That's the topic of today's presentation. Thank you. Today, I'm going to talk about the brain science and what we have figured out in the brain science. One of the main topics is the fMRI, functional MRI. In short, fMRI. There are many different approaches to studying brain. First is EEG. When you have epilepsy, you can use this tool to diagnose it. And the other is MRI. I believe you have heard of it and used it. And the other approach is PET. And then we have NIRS, which measures the blood circulated in the brain. If you go to the right, the further to the right, you have much more resolution, spatial resolution. And if you go to vertically higher, you have much better resolution in terms of the time, so temporal resolution. As for the temporal resolution, and this is the most affordable approach, not as expensive as the other one, and this is less invasive or minimally invasive approach. So fMRI is mainly used. So today I'm going to share the findings that we have got by using fMRI. These are the fMRI tools and machines. The patient lies down and go into the circular drum, and we can take the images, and the images are analyzed. And as you see here, the machine is very big, which means that you cannot take the MRI doing some external activities outside. As you see, you have to go into the drum, and whenever you are exposed to a certain stimuli, the brain is activated and its image is taken. As for the MRI, it produces a lot of noise, and the internal space is very narrow and small, which is quite different from our daily life environment. So to the right, we have the images taken by MRI. This is where eyes are located. As you see here, we have a white and black and gray areas. And as for the gray area, they are the gray matter, and the other is white matter. Gray has neurons, and then the white matter has the synapses where the neurons meet each other. All the brain is very bending because they need to have more areas to have the neurons or accommodate the neurons. We have blood vessels. Blood vessels are found here. So all the blood vessels go through the brain to provide all the nutrients and oxygen so that they can, or brain can, function properly. What about what is fMRI? Let me have a look at it first. On that reason, let's say that the brain is activated.
since it's stimulated by something. Once you are stimulated, you have a lot of blood flowing in that region. So there is a temporary accumulation or circulation of the blood vessels. So whenever the brain, a spot of the brain is activated, the blood vessels or blood circulation will increase. So fMRI will measure the blood circulated in a specific spot. So these are the images that we get in the end. So we have gone through some refining processes to have these clean images of MRI. And as for these spots, this shows you the changes that it takes place once it's stimulated. The signals can be modulated and transmitted, and whenever there's a transmission of the signal, it gets activated. So we emphasize those areas which undergo certain changes when it's stimulated. So these are the sections or regions that are activated, and we are going to measure the differences between those people who practice meditation compared to the control group, which do not practice meditation. So let me have a look at those areas that are said to be affected by meditation one by one. First is amygdala. This is the whole brain. This is a dissection of the brain. And as for the boundary areas, it's the cortex, which means that they are engaged in the making judgment and motions. And once you go inside, you have a limbic system which controls the emotions, which is associated with the meditation too. So the brain waves have limitations because they cannot go deep into the brain, such as amygdala. Amygdala is the area where we can find the changes consistently whenever we check those people who do meditation. Amygdala controls the fear and anxiety. Once the amygdala is destroyed, they do not fear anything. Even though they are confronted by a huge, much bigger animal, they do not fear, so they attack it. And as for the post-trauma stress syndrome, once you have a trauma, you may have a post-trauma stress syndrome, which means that whenever you see a car, you get panic if you are involved in a car accident. And then we have a prefrontal cortex. Prefrontal cortex controls the amygdala. And based on your experience, the prefrontal cortex will control the fear that you feel by activated amygdala. When you do the meditation, you can control and reduce the fear because the amygdala is well controlled or regulated once you practice meditation. Once you destroy the amygdala in the monkey, the motherhood protection is not shown in the monkey anymore. And as for the psycho who commits a serious criminal, their amygdala function level gets or is found to be very in low level. So this is what amygdala does. Then let's move on to the insula.
insula draws a lot of attention when it comes to meditation. It activates the sympathetic nervous system in executive functions. So what it does, it senses all the different feelings and then the thoughts related to the feelings. So as for the insula, it's like scanning your body. When you do scan your body and do the relaxation, you have this insula most activated. So when you do practice meditation, focusing on the breathing, your insula is activated too. And this is said to be a very good interoceptive sensation organ, which means that what you feel in your organ is processed through the insula. So when you do the meditation, the insula gets thicker. That's what it said. And when you do the meditation, whenever you listen to a negative auditory stimuli, it gets activated. As for the insula, primates and mammals have them, which means that those animals not as developed as primate do not have it. So the internal organ feeling is connected to the cognitive brain. So when you feel sad when you see the poor people, the insula is activated. So the feeling poor or feeling somebody is in a very poor condition, you may feel sorry for them. So you feel it through the insula. And if the alcoholic person have the craving for the liquor by watching some liquor commercials, then you can say that the insula is activated to the fullest. So it has many things to do with the meditation. The more meditation you get, the more activated the insula gets. The other section of the brain that I want to touch upon is anterior cingulate cortex. It controls or regulates attention, impulses, and emotions. As for the amygdala, it's a kind of warning system, whereas the anterior cingulate cortex controls such a warning system. So in those people who suffer from ADHD or who suffer from the compulsive disorder, then this anterior cingulate cortex is well-regulated. Let's say that we have a person who is addicted to cleanliness and cleans the hands all the time, then you can say that anterior cingulate cortex is damaged. So when it comes to meditation, when you focus on breathing, this area of anterior cingulate cortex is activated because when you focus on the meditation. But when you are very experienced in meditation, this area's activity declines. So when you want to focus on a certain thing in the beginning, ACC activated. But once you get used to the meditation, then you don't need to activate ACC to focus. So its activity gets declined over time in those people who are very experienced in meditation. The next one is precuneus. Precuneus is strongly related to the meditation. As for this area, this is not susceptible to the vascular diseases. This is not susceptible to the car accident. However, it has a very strong association with meditation. Why? Because it's one of the areas engaged in or related to the default mode network. So when you do the mind wandering, the precuneus is activated.
However, if you are very skilled meditator, this area doesn't need to be activated that much. So the activity of the area is reduced. This is an area that engages you to thinking about the past and about the future and my social status and the expectation of the others, which means that this is a very high-level area of the brain, which means that we have a very highly developed precuneus than the other ape. And when you got anesthesia or in deep sleep, the activity level of the region declines. And when you are engrossed in the meditation, its activity declines as well. Let me have a look at the other section, which is a dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which is highly developed in humans compared to the other ape. This engages in the mental concentration. Whenever you do learn something, this area is activated, and it integrates all the different information to make a judgment in the end. So in the novice meditators, this area is activated because the meditation is something which is new to them. They need to memorize what they should do when you do the meditation. However, once you get used to doing meditation, everything is running automatically. So the activity of this cortex area declines. It's like learning to drive. Whenever you drive first, all the activities of a brain must be in a very high level because you have to learn everything. But once you get used to driving your car, the activity level will decline. So the same principle can be applied to this. Then let me have a look at the default mode network. The benefits of the meditation is in line with the default mode network activation. These are the areas that are involved in or associated with the default mode network, one on front, the other in the back. When you do mind wandering or when you do sit without thinking anything or blank, then this area is activated. As for the oxygen and glucose, it is consumed most when you are involved in a task or when you do the mind wandering. Then what we do when we do nothing? These two areas are activated when you are in rest or when you do have your mind wandering. And what's going on in the brain? And you think about the future and the past, and these areas are activated when you think about the future and the past. So the studies show that when you worry about the future and think about the past, and then when you are concerned about what others think about me and what people expect out of me, then when you do think about these, this area is affected. Actually, when we do the meditation, we try to not to think of the future and the past. And we also do not try to think about what others think about me. When we do make a prediction of the future, this is what differentiates humans from others. However, if it gets very excessive, then it can lead to anxiety and bring us some stresses. So we need to minimize it. So as for the default mode network, whenever you have a very low cognitive function, it declines as well. It means that if you suffer from Alzheimer or ADHD, the activity or this function declines. So those people whose function, this function is declined, once you have the meditation, this will get activated. But in the normal healthy person, when you do the meditation, you do focus on breathing, distancing yourself, thinking about the future and the past. So once you do so, the default mode network is affected as well. So this is what the researcher Tang classified. When you do the mindful meditation, it brings about many different changes. And the changes are grouped into the subgroups, as you see here. Attention, regulation, ACC, inshallah, NACC, MP, FC. And whenever there is a attention control and self-awareness and recognition, whenever you focus on the status of the body and control your emotions, these are the times when this part is affected. So when you do the mindful meditation, this area is affected as well. So when we do the mindful meditation, these are the brain sections that undergo changes, and altogether, this leads us to the control our emotions. So as for the researchers, the findings are in line with those results that we had from the researches conducted in the past. As for the attention is controlled in the different areas of the brain. So they come up with the concept of the network. Certain network is engaged in the cognitive function or executive functions, or silent or awakening functions. Then which are the areas connected to each different network? As you see here, these are the areas identified to be associated with the different network. And when we do the meditation, we can stimulate a certain part of the brain. And what are the brains that are most affected by the meditation? They try to come up with the tools to measure it. So as for the benefit of the meditation, its benefit has been proven based on all the researches and studies conducted so far. And we have to take one step further. Out of many different meditation, what kind of meditation will be beneficial to each different type of people? And this is the way for us to go. And many different studies have been conducted and much more to be done. But I believe that with more advanced practice, there are certain studies conducted to shed the light. The first is shown at the top. This shows you the sound level and then the time of the meditation or duration of the meditation and responses to the noise. So they conducted a study to see the response to the noise or sound. The longer you do the meditation, the less activated this kind of brain. So let's say that once you are in the MRI and stimulate them with the very different noises, and the noises may distract you, but the longer that you do the meditation, you do not respond to the noises that much. So in a nutshell, the general public, whenever you're exposed to the noises, your mind gets distracted. However, those people who have done meditation for long, they are not distracted by the noises that easily. At the bottom, the stimulus was a very big noise. Something dropped onto the ground. Whenever you hear a very big noise, this area, the amygdala, gets activated. However, the longer that you do meditation, the less activated the amygdala gets. That's the conclusion the study came to. So the benefits of the meditation are in line with the findings of this kind of brain imaging studies. So when you do the meditation on a long-term basis, your amygdala does not have a dramatic response to the negative response or stimuli, rather. And let me show you the activities of the posterior cingulate cortex. We compare those people who have done meditation for long. As for those people who have done the meditation for long, they have this area activated very quickly. And once you have the people go into the MRI and lead them to do the meditation, and even on a short-term basis, even those novices who just started to do the medication, once they are involved in the breathing, the same change was found. So when you focus on the breathing, the activity of this region will decline. And as I said, the long-term meditators have this area deactivated very quickly once they start to do meditation. So this area is related to the different type of thinking. So once you are involved in the meditation and engrossed in that, the activity is declined very dramatically. In Korea, we have conducted studies on meditation. So Seoul University, Seoul National University conducted a study on those people who joined the Temple Stay and tracked them for 4 days. And these are the stimuli. And based on the stimuli, their reactions change it. So we have a different course of the judgment. One, let them to focus on a certain subject and how fast they can shift their focus. So as you see here, this area of ACC gets activated when you do focus on a certain meditation. So paying attention to is related to the activation level of ACC. So the control group or treatment or meditation group was very different from the control group. Group A practiced meditation, and the control group doesn't do practice meditation. So the 4-day program was very short. Even though the duration was very short, it affects the brain over the very short period of time. And the meditation group was separated from the control group. And it was conducted in Korea, and we found that the two groups got separated from the very early time point. So in summary, these are the areas related to the meditation. First, amygdala, which controls the fear. And once it's activated, the frontal cortex come into play to control it. As for this area, it's deactivated if you do meditation on a long-term basis, and then the inshallah and precursors. These are the areas affected by meditation too. And as for the
posterior cingulate cortex, or PCC. It's affected by meditation, and you can control it and witness the change over a very short period of time. And another area related to is the striatum, and new studies are conducted on this part or section. This brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much. You have covered all the different parts of the brain in details, and we have quite a good understanding that the brains are affected by the meditation across a different network. And now let me move on to the last speaker of today, who is Andreas Olendzki. Professor Olendzki graduated from the British School, and he went over to Harvard and engaged in different research activities in the USA. Thank you for joining today's session. He has studied the Buddhism and meditation. And he believes that the meditation and Buddhism have many things to do. And from the Buddhist perspective, how come the meditation bring about the healing benefit? That's the topic of our presentation.
Greetings, and thank you for inviting me to share a few remarks on the topic of meditation and neuroscience. The specific question I've been asked to address today is, how can meditation work for healing or enlightenment from the Buddhist perspective? And though I will bring a scientific outlook to this inquiry, I speak not as a neuroscientist, but as a scholar of early Buddhist thought and practice. The views of the mind and body put forward in ancient India in the texts attributed to the historical Buddha are similar in many respects to the scientific way we regard these things today, which is one of the reasons for the modern world's continuing interest in Buddhist ideas and practices. It is also a reason for looking to traditional lore to help us understand ourselves better, both to become as healthy as possible individually, but also to learn how to act more skillfully as we face many difficult current challenges together. The first similarity I would like to acknowledge between the ancient and modern approaches to the topic of consciousness, and I am by no means the first to point this out, is a shared interest in empirical observation as a primary means for gaining knowledge. Early Buddhists rejected the appeal to revealed scripture, to popular opinion or conventional wisdom, to the often seductive powers of rationalization, and even to the unquestioning authority of one's own teacher. The Buddha insisted that his followers know and see things for themselves through direct experience. While the neuroscientist primarily uses third-person techniques, studying the mind by looking at the brains of other people, the primary tool wielded by the ancient Buddhist was the first-person direct observation of one's own mind through the practice of meditation. Another similarity is that in early Buddhist teachings, consciousness is considered to be an emergent phenomenon. While eternalists, both ancient and modern, regard the mind as something essentially transcendent to the world, and materialists, then and now, think of the mind as an epiphenomenon or offshoot of the material brain, classical Buddhist theory insists upon the thorough interdependence of mind and body. Without veering towards either of these two extremes, says one text, the Buddha teaches his doctrine by a middle way. That is, consciousness emerges in an environment of multiple interrelated conditions. Among the metaphors used to rule out some of the conventional views of the day, mind and body are not identical, as a flame in its color, are not projected one from the other, like a shadow cast by a tree, are not contained by one another like scent in a flower or a jewel in a box, and the mind does not inhabit the body just as music does not live somewhere in a lute. While it may be the case that many neuroscientists are materialists at heart, the main target of their study is the functioning of non-material mental phenomena. Here's another shared perspective between ancient and modern approaches to the mind. Consciousness is seen not as a thing that exists, but as an activity that occurs. Whether we use EEG scanners and fMRI scanners as a research tool, or focused awareness and open monitoring meditations, it is an unfolding process that is the object of our investigations. The firing of a neuron is an episodic event with a beginning, middle, and end measured in microseconds. After firing, it must rest before it's activated again. This was equally true of a large array of neuronal systems whose activation is synchronized, resulting in pulsing patterns of globally coordinated activity, interspersed with micro moments of rest. In our sensors and scanners, this shows up as oscillations of varying frequencies, corresponding to different expressions of processing activity. To the meditator, it presents as moments arising and passing away in the stream of consciousness. One of the Buddha's foremost followers, Sariputta, is said to have had insight into states one by one as they occurred. Known to him those states arose, known they were present, and known they disappeared. One difference between the traditional and scientific approach to understanding the mind is the emphasis placed on the spatial relations between mental components. Identifying specific regions of the brain and mapping out their connectivity has been a central agenda of modern neuroscience. While this matter is entirely unknown and irrelevant to subjective methods of studying the mind. From the Buddhist perspective, mind as an activity does not come from anywhere or go anywhere. While it is understood that mental objects are dependent on a physical organ of the body, which they called the heart base, and we would probably call the brain, much like sight is dependent on the eye or sound on the ear, no consideration is given in traditional lore to spatial analysis of the mind, and in fact such imagery was discouraged. Sariputta is said to have understood from his insight that these states, not having been, come into being, and having been, they vanish. The timing of mental events, however, what events happen when, is a matter of shared concern for both meditators and neuroscientists. The neuron, notwithstanding its extended network of spatial interconnections, is primarily a cell that performs its function in time by firing for a precise instant. While it is clear that a massive amount of parallel processing transpires in the nervous system, along primary sensory pathways and by various mid-level subliminal parsing faculties, it is equally evident that subjective, conscious, phenomenal experience unfolds as a linear series. A lot is going on in the mind and body from the third-person point of view, but from the first-person vantage point, we are only capable of really being aware of one thing at a time. This is a key insight of the meditative traditions, and though it appears otherwise, it can be verified easily enough in direct experience. Research has exposed multitasking to be a folk belief. In fact, we are shifting attention rapidly from one object to another, synthesizing a sense of cohesiveness as we go. The mind has evolved to handle most, and perhaps all, of what we need done to stay alive in an automatic way, which is to say that most of its functions are governed by instinct, reflex, habit, conditioned response, and various forms of learned behavior that remain largely unconscious. Many of these are genetically pre-installed into our operating system, much like software is installed in a computer, and is similarly updated as needed on a regular basis. It turns out that what we call conscious awareness, the sensing of knowing what is happening in our experience as it happens in the present moment, has a relatively modest role to play. It is increasingly becoming clear that conscious awareness functions mainly to monitor what is already happening in the mind and body, rather than to initiate action. And its ability to change what is already happening is more limited than the popular ideals of free agency would suggest. Returning to Sariputta, we note that after gaining access to seeing the flow of the stream of consciousness, and following upon his recognition that these states appear out of nowhere and then vanish, he finally goes on to name what he sees. These states were defined by Sariputta one by one as they occurred, says the text. He does this by identifying each of the mental factors that are present in a given moment of consciousness. The early Buddhist model of the mind and body is built upon such empirical observations of what factors are active in the mind at any given moment. The classical Buddhist model of minimum mental function is built around the 5 aggregates and 6 sense spaces. Each moment of consciousness arises in dependence on a paired sense organ and its associated object, which are material, and based on this contact there co-arise is 3 other mental phenomena: a feeling tone that is either pleasant or painful, sometimes neutral, a perceptual interpretation of the object that is learned through language and culture over time, and a specific grouping of mental factors covering a wide range of intentional and emotional responses to the object. The stream of consciousness is made up of moments of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking, and flows along intermingled with parallel streams of feeling, perception, and intention. The more developed psychological models of the Abhidhamma add some depth to this picture by providing a more granular view. Consciousness is seen as arising each moment together with a host of supporting factors called Chaitasika, or mental factors belonging to that mind moment, so much like a king is accompanied by his courtly entourage. 3 of these attendants will be the other mental aggregates of feeling, perception, and intention, as already mentioned. And 4 other factors are added: contact, attention, focus, and arousal, to amount to 7 so-called universal mental factors that will always arise together in every mind moment. Another 45 factors, grouped as 6 occasional factors, 14 unhealthy factors, and 25 healthy factors, may or may not arise in various combinations. This is how Buddhist texts describe the phenomenological landscape it uncovers in meditation. Each mind moment is unique, and some particular pattern of co-arising mental factors emerges with consciousness moment after moment to shape the changing textures of lived experience. Each of the mental factors identified in the Abhidhamma tradition, insofar as they have a specific function, no doubt correspond to identifiable neural networks and phased arrays of synchronized oscillating activity. Varela's project of neurophenomenology, wherein first and third person mental events are mapped to one another, has yet to be fulfilled, but the work progresses steadily. With only the basic set of 7 universal mental factors present, the mind can be thought of as being in a default mode, and the mental system is operating on automatic pilot in an apparently random way. It is not actually random, of course, because it is embedded in a matrix of cause and effect and is subject to a host of both internal and external conditions. Since attention is a universal mental factor, it is always present, working like the rudder of a ship, steering the mind to the next object. But in default mode, when the mind is wandering, there may be no hand on the tiller. Intention, too, is a universal factor directing attention, but the helmsman may be alert or asleep at the wheel. which is to say the decisions guiding where the mind goes next may be conscious or not conscious. In any given moment, attention might be placed on some incoming environmental stimulus, such as a sight or a sound, or it may be responding to a memory, an association, or some other internal mental object. All this seems to correspond broadly to the functioning of the interrelated set of brain regions identified by neuroscientists as the default mode network. Anyone can take a moment to notice that there is a parade of thoughts, emotions, sensations, and feelings passing through the window of experience. But it takes a more focused and disciplined observation techniques to see this in a sustained way. Just as scientists vastly expand their view of what they study by the use of various instruments, so too does mental training in the form of meditation enhance the ability of a person to observe the flow of inner mental states. Meditation is a tool to be used for the empirical investigation of the mind and its experience of the body. What meditation accesses is the linear flow of the stream of consciousness, as one observes the apparent rise and fall of mental states. Phenomena come into view, and then, because of the inherent impermanence of a neuronal event, they immediately expire. The practice of meditation begins with the attempting to influence some conscious control over the mind wandering taking place in the default mode, which involves, among other things, engaging the executive functions of the prefrontal cortex. The primary tools we have for doing this, according to Buddhist psychology, are the 6 so-called occasional mental factors, the first 2 of which are directed thought, vitakka, and sustained thought, vichara. Directed thought is the mental function of deliberately placing the mind on a particular object. This is where it starts to feel like we are thinking or acting on purpose or consciously and gain a sense of agency. We use this ability to steer our own course through the mind when we tell a story or solve a problem, or otherwise intentionally move from one object to another. Directed thought breaks the continuity of the default mode network as we focus on a specific task rather than following the wandering mind. Neurologically, activity in the posterior cingulate cortex and medial prefrontal cortex diminishes as the task-focused apparatus of the frontal parietal network, including the prefrontal cortex, becomes active. Because the mind moves as fast as it does, we also need help from the mental factor of sustained thought, vichara, to hold the attention on the chosen object once it has successfully made its way there. Working together, the ability to direct attention deliberately to a particular thought or object and then be able to sustain that attention serves to allow us to disengage from the automaticity of the default mode and enter into the intentional use of the mind. Classical texts refer to images of taming an elephant or bringing a chariot into some sort of control. Directed thought and sustained thought are powerful tools, but as with all tools, they may or may not do their work easily or successfully. Remember, we are engaging the mind moment by moment, and every moment is different. One might successfully place the attention on a chosen object, such as the breath or a mantra or a visualization, only to have it hijacked by a sound in the room, a compelling feeling tone in the body, or an apparently random thought that flutters into the mind. In the ensuing moments, these become the object of awareness, and the tools of conscious control are cast aside. When you do not direct the mind at an object, objects direct themselves to your mind. So much of the time we are not in control of our experience, but rather are carried away by it on an excursion, and we may get quite far along on the journey before we even realize that we've been taken for a ride. This is why so many people find meditation to be difficult when they first try it. The intention might be to direct the mind in special ways, but the powers of habit and reflex are strong and carry the attention elsewhere at every opportunity. To meditate is to witness the interplay between the intentional and unintentional functioning of the mind. With increased ability to wield attention intentionally and maintain its stability over multiple mind moments, one gains the capacity to see more clearly and monitor more effectively the objects arising and passing away in experience. The aim of focused awareness meditation is to reach a state of calm but aroused equanimity, a state in which the mind, like a bowl of water left to become still, will reflect accurately whatever object presents itself at one of the 6 sense doors of the senses and the mind. The problem is that the mind is seldom allowed to become so peaceful, as an array of mental factors impinge upon consciousness to hinder or obstruct its ability to focus. Some of these hindering factors are relatively benign. Others can be the source of considerable distress and suffering. When experiencing one of the afflictive emotional states, some combination of 14 unhealthy mental factors listed in the Abhidhamma are present and pouring in on consciousness to interfere with its ability to see things as they actually are. Neuroscientists recognize this situation as corresponding to the activation of the sympathetic branch of the autonomic nervous system by the hypothalamus, unleashing a flood of stress hormones and engaging the limbic system generally and the amygdala in particular. A classic list of 5 primary hindrances are the most immediate obstacles to a peaceful mind. The most common challenge for the first-time meditators is restlessness, the factor that is present when there's too much agitation in the mind and body, followed by sluggishness when there is too little vitality. Here we can use phenomenological feedback to adjust the energy level in the mind and body and find a balanced state that is simultaneously tranquil and alert. The mental factors, so next one faces the natural tendency to want what is pleasant and not want what is unpleasant. The mental factor called sense desire pulls the mind towards some objects, while the factor of ill will pushes it away from others. Here too, it is possible to find the middle point between these two inclinations, a state of equanimity, and for the mind to simply be aware of something without favoring or opposing it. The final hindrance is the kind of doubt that weakens the mind, which can be counteracted by developing trust and becoming more resolute. With all 5 hindrances temporarily put to rest, the mind is able to become concentrated, a state described as purified, bright, and unblemished. Yet even when we are able to wrest some conscious control from the default mode network by cultivating the activity of the prefrontal cortex, and are able to establish some steadiness of mind, we are not out of the woods. In addition to the 5 hindrances already mentioned, we face a virtual army of mental and emotional afflictions that can charge into the mind from unconscious realms at any moment. Foremost of these are the 3 primary toxins of greed, hatred, and delusion. But almost a dozen others are named and identified in the Abhidhamma, and many variants of these are enumerated in later literature. At their worst, these afflictions lie at the heart of the major mental health disorders that plague the modern world, expanding well beyond the annoying impact of the 5 hindrances. Restlessness can be amplified into worry, anxiety, fear, and even panic. Sluggishness can evolve into depression, chronic unhappiness, and despair. Sense desire may manifest in various forms of compulsion and addiction. Ill will, in strong forms, can result in hatred, rage, violence, and cruelty. And doubt can grow into the crippling loss of confidence, trust, and self-esteem. Meditation practices may or may not help with the treatment of these many afflictions, and is certainly contraindicated in extreme cases of any of them. From the Buddhist perspective, these are unhealthy mental factors that co-arise with consciousness to hijack the universal and occasional functions of the mind and turn the global mind moment into one of psychological affliction and mental suffering. Their presence is the cause of dis-ease and illness, and the way of restoring well-being is to eradicate them from the mind, first as momentary states, and then as abiding underlying traits. One of the things that makes the harmful mental factors so ubiquitous and even compelling is that they are often useful, insofar as they can be effective in bringing about an outcome. And this is part of the seductive hold they have on us. Taking greed and hatred as an example, all human beings are born with these as components of their basic instincts. They are useful for survival, which is why they've been naturally selected to remain in our gene pool. But they come at a cost to our well-being. These mental states are a source of suffering, both for ourselves and for those around us. And as such, they can be seen as an illness we are born with and that we carry as a chronic condition. When greed or hatred are enacted as mental states, they evoke behavior that causes harm to others and provokes from them similar mental states that can result in harm to ourselves. They also damage us inwardly by strengthening the underlying tendencies toward greed and hatred. Every time we act out an unhealthy state, it reinforces and amplifies its corresponding unhealthy traits. Psychologically, this manifests as the stress response, flooding the body with cortisol, adrenaline, and other stress hormones, and putting the body into fight or flight mode. While we know this can be helpful and even necessary in dire circumstances, research has well documented the overall harm this does when sustained over time. This brings us to the matter of health and the relationship between meditation, health, and well-being. The fundamental paradigm of Buddhist thought and practice is of healing the mind of its afflictions by a process of purification, and meditation is the regimen that can bring this about. Just as a body is healthy when it is free of viruses, infections, and diseases, so too is the mind healthy when cleansed of its toxic mental factors. When the body is afflicted with illness, it can be treated at the level of presenting symptoms or its underlying causes. So too does treating mental affliction involve mitigating symptoms for a temporary relief of suffering by replacing unhealthy mental states with healthy states, and working to eradicate the deeper underlying causes of the illness itself by replacing unhealthy mental and emotional traits with healthy traits. In Buddhist thought, the mind is regarded as being naturally healthy, only afflicted by toxins that are seen as external to the essential nature of consciousness. One way this is put in a famous passage, this mind is luminous. It is defiled by the defilements that come into it, and it can be released from the defilements that have come into it. The unhealthy mental factors cannot be eliminated by resisting or suppressing them, nor is accepting and acting them out in hopes of getting them out of the system going to be effective. Both strategies involve a form of craving and only makes matters worse. The preferred method, enabled by meditation practice, is to be aware of unhealthy states, understand that they cause harm to oneself and others, and abandon them. Open monitoring meditation practice trains us to abide without clinging to anything whatsoever in the world, as a classic text puts it. Without either favoring or opposing unhealthy states, one allows them to be swept away by the natural laws of impermanence. They will come up again until their roots are pulled up, but as time goes on, they will gradually do so less often, with less intensity, and for shorter durations. We often think of mindfulness training as learning how to focus attention on the next moment. when in fact it has more to do with learning to let go of the last moment. We can only notice what happens next by letting go of what is happening now. If we engage with present experience, with any trace of holding on or pushing away, it becomes sticky and we are no longer able to disengage from it. Whenever an unhealthy mental factor is not arising, it allows for healthy factors to emerge and exert their influence on the mind. It is a fundamental tenet of Buddhist psychology that the two cannot co-inhabit the same mind moment, though it is not uncommon for the two qualities of mind to alternate rapidly. When a person is hateful, they cannot at the same time be loving, though they may feel love and hate in different mind moments, even toward the same object. Just as deep internal unhealthy traits drive the human mind to cause harm and to suffer, equally deep and influential internal traits direct the mind to happiness and well-being. The natural antidotes to greed, hatred, and delusion are generosity, kindness, and wisdom, along with their many associated factors such as compassion, equanimity, trust, and honesty. The good news is that whenever the mind is free from the influence of the toxins, even if only for a moment, it can naturally experience profound well-being. The entry point for accessing healthy states of mind is mindfulness, which always co-arises with a remarkable 18 other factors, according to the Abhidhamma. A moment of mindfulness is therefore also a moment of equanimity, of loving kindness, of generosity, and is always confident and morally correct. Mindfulness also renders the mind tranquil and light, and it is said to become malleable and wieldy, suggesting that a healthy mind is also more open to the transformative processes of neuroplasticity. Meditation now goes beyond mere directing the mind consciously to an object and goes beyond deflecting the poisoned arrows launched from the unconscious and becomes a tool for actively developing the host of positive qualities that contribute to health and happiness. When mental states are routinely healthy, bringing temporary relief from afflictive mental factors, the mind is cured of the symptoms of suffering. This allows wisdom to gradually develop, further treating the underlying causes and working more deeply toward a final cure for the causes of suffering. Meditation trains the conscious mind to replace unhealthy states with healthy states, thereby transforming the unconscious mind as unhealthy traits are gradually replaced with healthy traits. Finally, according to classical Buddhist teachings, we are all afflicted with the disease of suffering, and the cure can only be found in final awakening. When the toxins that poison the mind from within, greed, hatred, and delusion, are uprooted once and for all, such that they may never arise again, a person is said to be awakened. This is a noble ideal for all to aspire, but is also out of the reach of many. What if, instead, we aspired to vanquish these toxins from the mind one moment at a time? Is not a moment devoid of greed, hatred, and delusion an awakened moment? Such moments are accessible to everyone and are inherently valuable, even if it's not possible to sustain them for more than an instant. If your body were racked with pain, would you not welcome relief, even if it were temporary? And if you had long-term chronic pain that you knew was incurable, would you not be grateful for it to diminish to whatever extent possible? This is the promise meditation holds for all of us, that we can experience moments entirely devoid of suffering, and that we can also significantly diminish our capacity for causing suffering to one another. If we manage to do this now and then, for a moment here and there, might we not learn to do it more consistently? Eventually, we may even be able to change everything. Thank you for your time and attention. Be well.
네, 장시간 강의 감사드립니다.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. From the Buddhist perspective, when we have a look at the meditation, we try to achieve the moment of awakening. That's what we need to pursue. And I believe that this conference helps those people who attend the session to come nearer to such a moment of awakening step by step. I'd like to thank all the speakers, all the three speakers, and after a 5-minute break, we are going to have a Q&A session. Thank you.
네, 이제 2부 세션의 질의응답 시간을
Let's begin the Q&A session.
최정미 원장님께서는
We
직접
have
함께 해주셨고요.
Dr. Choi on the stage. We have Dr. Lee on Zoom.
최정미
Thank you.
원장님께서는
As for the Dr. Choi, she talked about the brain waves, and as for Dr. Lee, he presented us with the MRI imagings. So let's invite the two speakers at the same time so that we can have a good session to discuss the impact that the meditation has on the brain. Let me deliver the questions one by one. First, addressed to Dr. Choi. When we talk about the mental health, there are many different ways for us to enhance it. One of them is meditation. And compared to other approaches, what do you think are the benefits of meditation when it comes to the brain waves? And as for the meditations, we have a sitting meditation, but also we also have a walking meditation. Do you believe that two different types of meditation have different impact on the brain? Compared to the exercises or other relaxation approaches, I believe that meditation has an impact on the physiological trait, which means that they can have all the physiological traits in sync to each other. That's one of the biggest benefits that we can expect from having meditation sessions. And as I said, as for the meditation, TPN will be in the rest mode, whereas the default mode network is activated. And of the default mode network, the back end area, the delusion regulating area is suppressed. So as a whole, the entire brain has a better connectivity and become more effective. In addition to that, the autonomic nervous system is regulated in sync with that. That means that everything, brain and heart, are in sync to each other, and they are very fine-tuned in the relaxation mode. So rather than it's something happening superficially, that is something that takes place in the network level, in the depth. So the network is in the collaboration mode to have the best benefit of healing. It's like an orchestra, right? All the players and instruments come in sync so that we can achieve the deepest relaxation state through the medication. That's right. Let me ask a question to Dr. Lee. And as for you, I believe that you see patients, right? Yes. Do you recommend meditation to your patients? And as for meditation, it's not easy to begin. It's more difficult to maintain practicing meditation. So as for your patients, how you lead your patients to do meditation? They have psychiatric symptoms such as depression and others, which means that they have damaged cognitive system. But in other words, they need this kind of treatment much more than the others. So as for the patient who suffer from the serious symptoms, they do not afford to do the meditation. But if the patient are in the mild and moderate symptoms or severity, they can afford to do meditation. And once they start to do meditation, they realize the benefit of doing it. So they are motivated to continue to do the meditation. So that's the best motivation.
And what is difficult most is those people who have some religion. So religion is a barrier. And as for the meditation, there were bad episodes that we need to put aside. But once you provide the patient with the scientific evidence, they are more willing to accept it. And at the beginning, I can do the meditation together so that they can start it without feeling difficulty. That's what I do for my patients. Yes, once they start to feel the benefit of meditation, they are motivated to continue doing meditation. That's right. Next question is addressed to Dr. Choi. So let me read the question that I received. As for the different organs, they have their own unique rhythms. But if they are in the same rhythm, what are the states that our body and mind are? And as for the same person, do you believe that we have different rhythms for the different organ if we are in a certain state? Can you answer this question? Yes. Let's say that when we have a look at the ordinary life or daily life, we have our own respiratory rhythms, and we have our own cardiac rhythms and brain wave rhythms. They are in different phases and our own oscillations or unique rhythms. So when we have a look at the emotions in our physical condition, when we are frustrated, they are not fine-tuned. However, if we are in the positive mindset, such as feeling appreciation and feeling grateful to somebody, then our organs and waves from the different part of the body get fine-tuned because they are much like in a deep meditation state. It's hard to describe. So when you are in the deep meditation, everything in your body and mind comes in sync or fine-tuned, which means that our awareness or recognition or consciousness becomes integrated as well. So if the rhythms are out of sync, we do not feel happy. But once all the rhythms are synced and fine-tuned, we can stay healthy. Thank you. All the different organs should be in sync in order to stay healthy. Thank you. Next question is to Dr. Lee. Let me read the question that I have received. As for the brain, do we have any brain sensory pathway that is connected to our emotions and feelings? As for the brain sensory functions, is there any pathway to the emotion? It's a very difficult question to answer. Let me have a look at the brain. Once it's stimulated, they accept it through the organ, but the thalamus is the area that translates all the stimuli. And then the translated signals are assessed. And as for the thalamus, all the different senses go through or are processed through the thalamus. But as for the question that you ask, I believe that you're asking whether we have different sections of the brain that is in charge of a specific function. And as for the sensory function is located in the occipital lobe. But as for the stimuli, the recognition is done up to the front. And whenever a certain senses shift, it is recognized in the different region of the brain. Let's say that we have an object. The object must be in a different color and move in the different direction. So the direction and color are recognized by the different part of the brain. So all the different parts of the brains collaborate together to process all the information that we get from the object. And as for the mind can be translated into consciousness. So all the information is processed to be accepted in our consciousness. And let's say that we have 5 senses. We feel and smell and see, but at the same time, we have some awareness. As for the Oriental way of thinking, whenever we have a certain thought and emotion, we have a certain feeling associated with it. So I believe that the emotion is linked to the feelings that you have. And as for the acceptance, I looked up some of the studies. We have a meditation, a certain meditation that lead us to accept. And once we are not able to accept, that means that we continue to worry about the certain thing. So as for the anterior cingulate cortex, it is activated. And then the ACC and the amygdala, they are connected to each other, and the connectivity between the two organs is strengthened. Amygdala is said to function like a warning, right? So once the amygdala is activated, the frontal cortex regulates it. Since they are well connected, the fears are well regulated in the end. So for all the different parts of the brains and the acceptance of the feelings, they are in sync with what I said. As for the brain, the more that I study, the more difficult it gets. Let me ask next question to Dr. Choi. When I was in high school, empty square was a tool that we used to enhance our concentration. So can we utilize a certain that kind of machine so that we can have the benefit of meditation without actually doing it? Okay, as for the light and waves, back in 2019, the finding of the study was released. It says that we have a gamma hertz, the brain wave that we got from gamma. You are able to attain it by practicing meditation for a long time. And the research team tried to induce the same kind of a gamma wavelengths using a mechanical tool. So utilize the animals of the rats which suffer from dementia, and those dementia conditioned rats, they stimulated with the gamma wave and 40 hertz, and they realized that the inflammation and the dementia symptoms got better because once they are exposed to the gamma hertz. So they are trying to have the same kind of experiment in humans too. When they are exposed to such stimuli, they may have their toxins removed out of their body. That's very good, because an increasing number of people suffer from the brain-related diseases. So I hope that we can have those kind of machines or tools developed much sooner than later. Yes, as for the induction of the gamma wave, even though the tools and machines can induce your brain to generate the gamma, the level is very, very low. So the better approach is doing meditation so that you can have a high level of gamma wave. Thank you. As for the activity level of alpha wave, using that we can diagnose the dementia in the very early stage. Are you using it in the clinical setting? If not, how do we make sure that we can use it in the clinical setting in the future? In the healthcare industry, we are having the population which are growing very elderly. So from 2017, brain care program has been in place in a pilot program. So, as I said, the unique rhythm, alpha rhythm, can be diagnosed whether the person has a very healthy rhythm or not. So those people who are very susceptible to the dementia, they can put in a treatment group so that they can receive the treatment much earlier before they are diagnosed with the dementia. So we have the paper released early this year, which is done by us, and it says that prefrontal unique marker, using the marker applied on the prefrontal, we can identify those people who may develop the dementia. And our marker was much better than the other ones available in the market as of today. Let me ask another question to Dr. Lee. As for the human brain, our brain is a composite of the mammals and reptiles. And do you believe that if we lead the animals to do meditation, can they enjoy the benefit of doing meditation as well? Very interesting question. As I said, with fault mode network, in other words, making a prediction for the future, and then we also censor what we do in the social environment. And that kind of capability is very inferior in the animals. We find those capability in some of the apes, but not the other animals. For the humans, social isolation is a big source of stress. So I believe that meditation can be used to tackle it. But as for the animals, I do not know whether they can enjoy the benefit of doing meditation. I tend to be more skeptical because as for the deers, let's say that we have a lion who killed and ate his parents' deer, even though he knew that he can share the same space or same stream with the lion, but as for the humans, we cannot never do that. So the outcome may be different. As for the default mode network, so let me ask a question that I got listening to your presentation. Both of you talked about the default mode network. As for Dr. Choi, alpha rhythm is activated, but as for the Dr. Lee, default mode network was deactivated, which is contradictory to each other. How come your interpretation is different between two of you? Can you tell me the reason why? As for the default mode network, we have to have a look at in 3 phases, not in 2. In other words, let's say that in order to activate the default mode network, the most outermost cortex should be blocked from being exposed to information. Otherwise, it is engaged in processing all the information. As for those 2 reasons that I said, they are in the complementary relation between the 2. So in order to activate the default mode network, we have to make sure that the person does not solve any mathematics. Rather, put it in the resting mode. In that resting mode, in the first phase, it's activated, and the alpha waves seem to rise. However, when we have a look into the details, they may do the mind wandering. But if they slide into the meditation state and medial frontal cortex, the medial frontal cortex area regulates and then inhibit the part of the brain they tend to mind wander. which means the regulation is done in a higher level. So it shows that the activity increases later on. What about you, Dr. Lee? She explained quite well and thoroughly. When we do the fMRI, we see the blood flow. It has nothing to do with the brain wave. So we cannot say that once it is activated, everything else is activated as well. What we need to see is the role of the default mode network and the role that it plays in the representative diseases or illnesses. And as for the wave, we just measure it on the surface area, and the alpha wave is activated, but the blood flow gets decreased at the same time. They are not contradictory to each other. They come in together. As for you, you talked about the insula. And as for the skilled meditator, the insula is stimulated or activated much more in the skilled meditator. Can I say that they can become more sensitive to the negative sound? As for the insula is the area where we feel the somatic sensation, which means that the general public does not have a very good sensation that you feel in the insula. Rather, they have cognitive function much more developed. Whereas those people who do the meditation for long, they can process what they feel in the insula, and they can recognize what their body undergoes at each different moment. So I believe that those people in the skilled meditators, the insula is much more developed. And as for the insula, it recognizes the feelings of the body or senses of the body. That's what you need to keep in mind. Let me give you another question to both of you. Through the meditation, the brain wave and the blood circulation can get different. How long does the benefit last? Let's say that you do practice meditation, and once you stop practicing meditation, then you do not get the benefit of the meditation anymore? Or does it last even though you stop it? There are many different studies conducted. Let's say that we operate the 8-week meditation program. Once it's done, let's say that we have the booster program, which is operated once a month. Then, as for the heart disease patients, they continue to get the benefit up to 6 months. I believe that the extra benefit is much longer, but still, the study ended, let's say that in only 6 months. Then they followed up the patient for 6 months, and they realized that cardiovascular disease and symptoms or event declined significantly. So in the clinical setting, the benefit lasts much longer than expected. And I believe that those subject or patients attend or join the sessions very actively because they feel the benefit of doing it. But as I said, once they join the 8-week program and get a booster programs, they have longer than 6 months benefit. I see. As for the benefits, there is a curve that starts to decline. And let's say that you develop a certain disease. Let's say that we have the patient who developed dementia. And if the patient is already in the dementia, many different programs will not work. However, if the patient in a mild cognitive impairment state, then the person is much more likely to enjoy the benefit of joining the meditation. So the earlier, the better. As I said, before the dementia is diagnosed, we may run a program in those people who have a declined cognitive function. Then they are much more likely to benefit from it, and the benefit may last very long as 10 years. So as for the meditation is something that you practice in your mind and body, and then the effect can last much longer. And as for the immune cells, do you believe that immune cells remember the benefit of the meditation too? That's what I think. And as for the audience, I believe that you may have some questions. Let's open the floor. Do you have any questions? Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentations. I have questions. Let me ask a question to Dr. Lee. As for the insula, you said that insula feels what the body senses, and if you have a longer meditation, you have a better senses of the insula. But when it comes to animals, we have pets. The pets, they have a very, very sharp interoceptions. They seem to have a mirror neurons with the humans. That's why they resonate what people feel. As for the pets, they do not do any meditation. However, their interoception is well developed, much better than humans. And they are very sensitive to the sound and the somatic feeling. So what do you think? And they have the mirror neuron, must have, right? So do you have any studies conducted on that? Recently, I learned or read a paper which says that as for the mindfulness meditation, when the students practice mindfulness meditation, if they believe that they are a very independent person, the outcome is different compared to the other group who tend to believe that they are very interdependent. And as for the independent group, their interpersonal or social activities declined in the end. Whereas as for those students who consider themselves as interconnected, and once they start to do meditation, their social activities increased. That was the finding of the study that I read. So when I listened to your presentation, one of you talked about the brainwave, and then you talked about the fMRI. So can you tell me how you interpret what I said, the finding of the study? What do you think? Can you answer the question? Yes. Let me answer it first. As for the first question that you raised, default mode network is found in the animals. In the outermost network, the prefrontal, the humans are the most developed ones with the prefrontal. We continue to develop it up to the age, up to when we turn 20 years. So as for the prefrontal areas, default mode network should be working together with the task positive network. And as for the cortex, it's matured in the later stage. But what it does is to control the fear which is felt through the amygdala. So this is a metacognitive function. So it's related to the outermost area of the brain. And as for the animals, animals do not have mature prefrontal mode, which means that they can feel the somatic senses very well, whereas they are not able to do the metacognitive thinking, which means that they cannot be in the good regulation of the two different systems at the same time. I see. Thank you. Mirror neuron has been measured in animals, but when it comes to humans, it's widespread, which means that we do not have any specific area where the mirror neurons is activated. But as for the animals develop their own special functions in order to survive. As for the humans, in order to develop the olfactory function and others, it was much better for the humans to develop the judgment. So our cognitive functions has developed much more because of our instinct for survival, and that has been the engine behind our civilization development. And what about the second question? Sorry, I do not remember the second question. Do you remember? Yes. Interdependent and dependent group. Yes, when they practice mindful meditation, the independent group become less sociable. Yes, the title was Mindfulness Can Make You Selfish. That was the title. So those people who tend to believe they are independent, their social activity or pro-social activity declined after doing meditation. As for the mindfulness meditation, it tends to train their cognitive function and look back on themselves. But hard to explain. I don't know. How can I explain that? Can I interrupt? As for the neuroscience, and as for the kind of study, I believe that different groups have different images of themselves, but let me answer the question based on the common sense that I have. As for the independent people, they tend to believe that they are independent, but they are not necessarily a positive feature. But as for the interdependent people, it is neither positive nor negative. But when they do the meditation, they may start to accept, which was considered negative as well. There must be the reason why that they came up with that finding. Sorry. As for the interdependent people type, they compared interdependent type and the other was dependent type. As for the interdependent type, they tend to consider themselves well connected to each other. As for the firstborn babies or first babies, they tend to be independent. As for the second and third ones, they tend to be interdependent. So when it comes to the competence, the first or the eldest one in the family tend to believe that the independent people are capable, whereas the second and third ones believe that the social people are very good and competent. So during the religious reform, they believe that in one side, the elderly children were killed, died much more, the other vice versa. So I believe the interdependentness, when I think that I am interdependent, you may consider it negative, but once you start to do meditation, you may accept what was negative as a positive one. So that was the result that led to. I believe that as for the interdependentness, that can be subjective, right? Not objective. I think that we have to consider that into account. We have one more question that we got from the Zoom, so let me ask you the final question. We have many different types of meditations, but for the ADHD people, what will be most beneficial? In order to treat ADHD, which meditation will be most beneficial or effective? Well, I do not know whether there is an evidence for that. But I believe that mindfulness meditation will benefit ADHD. Which meditation will be better? I will look up the evidence and researches and come up with the answer later on. And brainwave feedback approach is a kind of treatment that you can use for the ADHD people. So you have a good option using the brainwave. So for the ADHD, you can utilize the brainwave treatment approach as well. Thank you. Neurofeedback is combined with the meditation, which is called a neuromeditation. Now let's say that we have a ADHD or autism spectrum patients, and in those patients, we find that default mode network is slowed down, which means that the network is not able to process the information quickly enough. Especially the prefrontal network is delayed or slowed down. So in order to put it back in a normal state, in the first step, you can use the medication to do so. And the first is to see the default mode network and the hertz that your default mode network is working. And if it's too slow and low, we can utilize a certain approach so that it can increase your network up to a certain level. So digital drug therapy can be used to enhance the frequency. So we can use a combination therapy. So along with the different approaches, we can use meditation. And if it's very mild, we can have it corrected in the early stage by utilizing a very simple approach. Thank you very much. We have received a lot of good questions. And is there any final remark that you want to share with the audience? Any final comment? We are going through a very difficult time due to the COVID-19 crisis, and you are working on the brain. So I believe that you must have something to share with all the others. Dr. Choi? Yes. Meditation and brain science are very mature. So not only the medical staff, but also the general public who are doing meditation, they have a very good understanding of it, thanks to the IT technology advancement. So as I said in the in the end of my presentation, the meditation should be in place and made available to as many people as possible. And it should be combined with the technological tools so that we can track and follow up those people who do practice meditation so that it can make a more contribution to the health of the human beings, or better health of the human beings. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. Any final remark? There are many people who do physical exercises. We recommend them. It was 100 years ago that we knew that physical exercise will be of help to you, but it was only dozen or decades of years ago we started to do exercise. And for the next 100 years, I believe that we will do more mental exercises such as meditation to improve our health. Thank you. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentations. Would you please give them a warm round of applause? Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to have a short break and then see you again at 4 o'clock. This brings to the end of the first day of the Seoul Meditation Conference. Thank you so much. The theme was the meditation and neuroscience. And we have a poster presentations in the 3D academy centers. And we invite all of you to join the poster session. Last but not the least, I'd like to thank all the people who joined the session. And tomorrow, we are going to have a second day whose theme is meditation and psychotherapy. Please come and see us or join us tomorrow too. Thank you.